Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hi. About that, right? About that. But before anything, hi, Petak. Welcome. I am. Gosh, honestly, I wanted to join today's Celeste VR chat stream today. But then I saw, I think I saw announcement of them doing a karaoke. Was it karaoke? I think I saw that they want to do like a karaoke. And something about that just makes me feel extremely anxious. And then I kind of failed. You don't do karaoke too? Yeah, I mean, I don't as well. Just watch and cheer. I guess that could work. I feel anxious again. Like I slowly feel warmed up to Sally's group or Celeste's group, right? And then it makes me feel real nice. And then because for the past 3 weeks I didn't even join them, and now I just feel very bad for not joining. But then I cannot bring myself to join again. It's such a conundrum sometimes. I feel very weird about it. It's like I'm anxious too. That's why I'm always muted. That's fair. I'm thinking. Oh. I'll join. I'll join the next week's one. Just thinking about joining halfway is even more anxious. Oh. Gosh, I'm weak most of the time. Holy shit! It's nice being with lots of dragons. It really is. It really is. Like, I know I never really expressed this before, but being able to join Celeste VR chat group. Yeah, being able to join Celeste VR chat group and then being able to surround myself with lots of dragons like that. Albeit I'm on desktop, but that's fine, right? Still, being able to surround myself with many dragons at once. It's a little bit embarrassing to say, but it really does make make my kobold self feel very extremely happy, actually. So yeah, I do love joining them. There's maybe not this time. I want to join them, but I feel like joining halfway like this, because I already told Celeste that I won't be joining this week's one. Gosh, I feel like she's going to be so disappointed though. But, well, next week won't be streamed. Yeah. Next week's won't be streamed, and it's going to be the usual time of my time, morning 7 AM, I think. I guess I just have to sleep a little bit earlier. Yeah, I'll join in next week's one. I'll join in next week's one. Gosh, I feel sorry. I feel sorry that I mean I told Celeste that I'll be joining this week's one, but I didn't. It's like, oh, just when you feel like it. I need to push myself harder sometimes, I feel like. I mean, it's nice. It's nice to stay in my like comfortable bubble, I guess, but sometimes I guess I do need to burst out sometimes. But yeah, it would be nice, honestly, it would be nice. I'm just thinking about like I remember saying this a few times back then. Oh, nobody is will and will be disappointed. That's I sure hope so. Hi Peter. Yung cowboy 예쁜. Hi Dragon. See you next week then. I will try to push myself to join next week. How's the Kobo? Kobo is feeling pretty conflicted. Yeah, actually very conflicted, but not bad though. I'm not feeling bad, just conflicted. Also, Chinese lion dance going on outside. Wow. Oh, they're on a lorry. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, about the bubble thing, right? I remember saying that like 2-3 years ago, I think. Trying to burst my bubble, trying to interact with more other people and play games with. I guess I just chose the wrong people back then. Yeah, I mean, I tried to burst the bubble and I tried to talk to more people and then try to play games with more people, but then most of the time when I do try to reach out, and then most of the time I'm just getting like either ignored or just saying that I'm too quiet and it's just not fun to play with. I got that before. Maybe that's why I just feel like my own bubble is more comfortable. I'm the wrong people because I'm stinky. No, I wouldn't say that. Zeus is the right people, honestly. Zeus is the right people. Come on. I still want to play. I still want to play Arvidariat or Peak with Zeus and Brachy on Monday. And I didn't forget about it this time. I remembered. Cute dragon or dog? I'm not sure. And Zeus Pop's a very cool dog. So yeah. I just kind of, yeah, like about the conflicted part. Yeah, about the conflicted part, I just feel bad because I did say that I want to join this week's VR chat session, but I didn't. Oh, yeah. My brain's screaming. Zenri? Ooh. Oh, Zenreal. Wait, is that... No, right? Wait, who? Is that another dragon? Oh wait, I couldn't check. Wait, is it? An artist? Zenri is a pharaoh dragon artist of Canada. Yes. Oh, I thought of the wrong dragon then. Yep, okay. But they're still dragons, so good enough. So is their Twitch just like Zenreal or Zenri? Double I? I could search for them. Zenreal. Okay, Okay, not Zenreal. Zenri. It's also not Zenri on Twitch. Oh, it's FA. Oh yeah, sure. That would be nice. I always love to look at more dragon art every day. Although I don't really use FA as much lately. She's not on Twitch. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I feel kinda sad for not joining the VR chat session, but not because it's not because I don't want to join. It's more like I bailed because I got scared. Gosh, I got scared so easily. Holy shit! Wait. Yeah. It's okay. I'll play the Kobold game today. And then next week I'll be sure to join. Yeah, next week I'll join her VR chat session. And hopefully I won't feel too awkward because it's been a month. But hopefully anyway. Right, let's see. The game is here. Okay, I found it. Look at that. Chapter 3 is out. That's why I want to revisit the game, because there's 3 chapters now. So the game should be a lot more longer, I'm pretty sure. So let's close this music. I like this one though. Look at this little kitty. Let's play the Kobold game. So many things I want to do, but oh, excuse the autosave feature. Oh, they've continued. They have autosave now. Going back to lurk, I'm inside this VR. Oh yeah, of course. Have fun with VR chat, Bretalk. No problem. Hey, yeah, thanks for the lurk. Thank you. Enable page turn buttons in Storybook. Oh. Replaces eating noise. I'm actually kind of curious what noises are they gonna be if I replace that. Give me a second. I'm just gonna do this real quick. And boom. Okay, there we go. This should do. This should work. Alright. I'm gonna play... Look at that, chapter 3, and then there's chapter 4 soon. Holy shit. We start for chapter 1. And then I gotta play... We are the children of dragons. Brutal dungeoneering for dungeon delving masochist. Oh fuck, am I the masochist now? Requires mastery of mechanics and enemies and a healthy dose of luck as well. Player low accuracy, normal starting HP, dungeon normal food stats, high hunger drain. Enemies normal resistances, normal immunities, normal weaknesses. Highest HP, highest damage, and lowest loot drops. Oh shit. Just some there, guys. Alright, let's play the hardest difficulty, why not? I mean, I'm not a masochist, but... Oh, there's a narrative volume now, holy shit.
Chapter 1. The adventure begins. Once upon a time, there were 3 kobolds who were very hungry and very, very bored. And while raiding the tavern bins for the very best eats in town, they overheard something interesting.
Did they retake this one? She sounds a little bit different this time.
A group of adventurers were talking about how great their last dungeon adventure had gone. It sounded very exciting, especially when they heard, "And that's how we can afford all this great food. Honestly, the dungeon is so easy that even the smallest adventurer could come away rich enough to live like this." The smallest of adventurers? How about 3 of them?
We can offer how good the art is, holy shit. Everything's in crayon and it's so good. Checkpoint active game save? Ooh. Welcome to our new adventure. Oh, wait, they changed here as well. Welcome to the training dungeon. We have goblins, we have treasure, and most importantly, we have these signs to help you learn to be a big boy adventurer. This floor is almost completely safe for you to get comfortable and ready for your first big adventure. Everyone at the Adventurers Guild is rooting for you. Nice. You can just click on this door to open it. You can click on a lot of things. Wait, did they change that? No, then I'm stupid. They didn't change that. Okay, starting equipment is the same. A broken bottle and a potato sack. I'm pretty sure they didn't change any like the fighting mechanics, I think. That's one slot. Kobopedia? What, there's Kobopedia now? Controls damage types and hunger and status effects. Ooh. Ooh, wait. Manual? Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm not reading any of these, but still. I'm probably gonna regret not reading any of these, but it's fine. It's fine. We're just gonna figure out on our way. Like, we're just gonna figure out as we play. I think that's fine. Alright, I'm playing on the hardest difficulty. Is this gonna be a miss? No. Oh shit. Hi, simple game. There's now a magic and physical defender instead of just defense. Oh! There's magic defense and physical defense now? Ooh. Wait. Oh. Oh, you're right. Holy shit. Physical defense and magic defense. So that does mean enemies that does range magic. Oh. Enemies that does range magic stuff is gonna be very dangerous now. Comfy trenchcoat? Heck yeah. It's always nice to like revisit this game once in a while. Double head? Okay. That's lucky. Magic scrolls. You're holding if you have enough mana. Loads of different things. Experiment wisely. Glyph of fire in front of you explodes. Oh, okay. Was it scroll before? It was, right? I think the last time I played, they changed to scroll. Yeah. Instead of one. It comes with a red crayon. Do not skip. Okay. You will regret if I don't read this. Here's your first trinket. These are special, always magic items that are equipped to individual party members rather than as party loot. These equip differently. Click the stats button at the bottom of your inventory. Equip up to 2 per kobold. Aha. I got the Dazi amulet. I haven't seen Dazi stream in a while. I mean, to be fair, I have not been home for the past week, so I have no idea what's going on. I've been away for a week. Wow. Okay, these are the same still. We got a duck, we got another duck, we got stinky cheese for experience. Oh my god, cheese, heck yeah, love cheese. Always love cheese. I mean, everyone still looks good on their hunger. So I'm probably going to regret it playing on the hardest difficulty, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Well, it's just the hardest difficulty. How bad can it be? 1-1 secrets too. Oh, the game shows we found secrets as well. Holy shit, the game's amazing. I love this game. Alright, here comes magic. Nice. That hurt. Wait, 7 damage? Oh shit. Okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I have to make use of magic. Bubble wrap armor. Ooh, this one is just like pure physical defense. Held together with the finest tape. One size fits most. Good for stress. Oh, it's a bubble wrap, right? The best armor. Gosh, I love bubble wrap as well. I don't think they can hit through the door, right? Yeah, they can't. Okay, good. Magic. There we go. I had to do this. Okay, we good. It's time to cheat the game. Ooh, mail of deflecting? Holy shit, lucky. Oh my god. What could be stronger than double mail? A 10 magical defense, 5 physical, 5 dodge? A mail made of mail. Best joke in the game, please. Well, I guess I did laugh. On this one here, yeah. I mean, when I read the mail, it's fine, and then I saw best joke in the game, please laugh. That's great. 10 food, 10 health. Oh, you. Oh, did they change the level up noises as well, or? Oh, I changed. That's the eating noises. Okay. I'm just kind of curious what they sound like with changed eating noises. Not defend anything. The 4 is fine. I think... Oh, unless I miss. Hello? Right, lowest accuracy, 50. It's a 50-50. I feel like defending got buffed. Is it just me? Goblin Chief? 4 to 7 stabby. This is slashing. This is a Kobo, okay. Thank goodness Kobo hates burning. Kobold Mace? I do like a Kobold Mace. I think that's all the secret here. Oh, they weren't kidding when they say that the hunger drains fast. They do. Further and deeper does the dungeon go? Are we ready for what is down here? I don't know. Another 1-1 secret? Gosh, I love this. The game tells me if I found the secret or not. And how many are there? Alright, it's time to cheat. It's time to cheat. A Kobo cheating? I cannot believe it. of quality. Plus 2 makes physical damage. Ooh. Oh, it costs 25 shiny. Comfy as heck. Heckin' comfy. The little ears wobble. Oh my god, there's eyes. Even has a little nose and a cute mouth. But the more you cheese it, the more food it costs. I mean, you're right.
Get lost.
But I'm not getting any food from cheesing the game though. I still don't like feeding broken bottle for... Oh shit. Broken bottle for the kobolds. Uh-oh. I wonder how devastating this is gonna be. Oh, that doesn't hurt too much, I think. Hurts 4 and then got burned. Okay, it's not that bad at least. Oh shit. Away. Oh. Oh. Oh, they'll get de-aggroed? Oh. Wait. Woo? Riveting gameplay. Both missing everyone. Oh, they still have the problem of like after defeating an enemy and then it still says it couldn't escape melee range. It's a small thing though, so gain Bernie weakness. I mean, then it might be worth taking some damage if it means not starving. But I will starve still even if I take damage. Hi, bad gamer. Oh my god, that's a secret. Imagine this is a mimic though. How funny would that be? Okay. 12 mana to cast, like a fireball but smaller. This is real wizard stuff. 12 mana? Oh, that's a lot of mana, no? This Kobo wants to fight. They can choose to not move now? Dang! If I go in, they're gonna get a free hit. That's fucked up. Then that's fucked up. Uh oh. Uh oh, GG. Right flop flip. Shows off my toes. Good. One. Oh! Even this one gives 1 physical defense now. That's good. And the left flip flop. It claps when we walk. Shows off my toes. Bad. Food, 15 health. I mean, yeah. That was just unlucky. Unlucky. Now it's the mimics fight. Mimic move 2. Oh my god, I haven't leveled up yet. Oh no. So they nerfed the EXP again, I think. I'll need to take a hit after opening this up. Okay. Fire good. Did you do... Yeah, you do damage to everyone. I think Mimic hates smashing. So I'm currently using the right weapon here with Kobold Mist. If I can land a hit, that is. Uh oh. Don't be like this game. No, don't be like this game, come on. I haven't landed a hit yet. One hit. I landed one hit. Let's fucking go. Alright, let's heal 20? Yeah. This is fine.
Already.
5 to 7, this is 5 to 7, 4 to 9. I don't think it's that worth, honestly. Let's keep the shiny.
Last.
I don't think they're selling, right? I think the goblins have too many things for sale. What would they want to... What would they want to buy my things? I don't think they're selling. Maybe there is, I'm just not too sure yet. Also, I love the game is saved. Oh my god. Oh, this game is amazing. Fuck yeah. 50% accuracy is rough. It is. But then again, I did choose the hardest difficulty, and the game did say that it's gonna start with the lowest accuracy possible. I brought this upon myself, but it's fine. Crude skeleton fell down the pit. Unlucky. Hello? You're new. Who are you? It's Wizzo the Wizard. Hello.
Welcome.
Wizzo the Wizard is stingy. Look at everything is so mana shield turns mana into extra health. Only works if we have mana. Yeah. Minor Inferno. Spell from distant Tristram. Tristram? Very destructive. Very cool. Minor Firewall. Lasts for 10 turns. 2 turns cooldown between casting. The edges are all burnt. Wait, this isn't a takeaway menu. Minor Ice Ball. Like a fireball but colder. I love being a wizard. Minor Lightning Orb. Like a fireball but tingles more. Tastes like berries. I love these flavor texts, it's so adorable.
Thanks for coming.
Bye bye. 1, 2. Yeah, it's fine. I don't know if this is gonna be more painful. Lightning probably is more damage but no dot. Probably? Wee. Money. I need accuracy bonus. How much does it give? Dude, they nerfed it! Wasn't it 5? Oh shit. Now it gives like 2%? Oh no. I guess having accuracy too quick too early is too much. Yeah, don't just do 2%, that's fine. That's kinda scary though. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, shiny. It's a genuine magic ring, shiny as heck. Magic rings are the best and real adventurer gear for us. Shrinks to fit, so magic. So 5 makes HP, right? I think you need this for now. I mean, look at how painful middle is currently. Poor middle. Poor top as well. One, 2. I'm probably not afraid of magic, right? I'm still gonna do it for the burn. Bottom poisoned. So how much? Bottom took 3 damage, 1 damage from poison. Top poisoned. Ayama, everyone's poisoned there. This is fine. Oh, no more crit rate? So it's physical and magical defense bonus. I think physical. Ooh, okay, 5%. Hunger. I don't think I want to let them eat that. Oh! Ooh. Root X +1? Oh! An X made of rocks and sticks. Slashy damage. This is stabby, slashy, and smashing. Okay, I have 3 different damages now. So there's +1 weapon now. There's weapon upgrading now? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna go here. Ooh. Wait. Ooh, that was good. Shiny pink trench coat. Plus 10 shinies when eaten, 10 physical defense, 10 dodge chance. It's the same, right? It's just 10 shinies when eaten. I guess you can eat this. Very nice. We should go shopping for a bit.
Buy something already.
Plus 10 food when eaten, affects everyone. Pauses hunger for 15 turns. S'more mana potion. Tastes like sparkles and rainbows, feels like power. 25, 25, that's 50. I have 1 big, so currently we could be struggling for hunger soon, so let's buy this one. I can buy more than 1? That's crazy. That's good to know. Yeah, they're hungry. Okay. Okay. They're already hungry. 15, 15. I mean, I don't want them to die, so... No. Oh yeah, and then I can get up from here. Right. I remember. Oh, they actually bought a potion. Oh, did I not? Oh, I did. I guess I can buy multiple potions. I mean, it's nice to have unlimited amount of oh no. Unlimited amount of potion. Yeah, it didn't disappear from the shop. I was kind of surprised. Maybe it's like a new update. Or maybe it's a bug or a feature. I'm not too sure. Then again, being able to buy multiple potions, if I have enough shinies, is nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. 2 physical, 3 dodge, 5 physical. I mean, I guess 3 dodge is pretty good. I like dodging. Lucky. I don't think there's enemies there. That's the skeleton that fell down the hole. Can't see health, hunger. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Nice. Everyone looks good. Let's go down. Holy shit! The hardest difficulty, very scary. Treasure must be worth it. Let's find out. 1 out of 2 secrets. Oh, I missed one. Oh shit. I had to. Oh yeah, this is the... yeah. 3 food when eaten, true sight when eaten, last entire floor? Okay, okay. You can have it. I remember this part. I don't think there's anything there. This one leads to the key. That one leads to money, I believe. Oh. This is guaranteed loot if I remember correctly. 15% crit hit chance, 1 max physical damage. I think most of the enemy hates Smashy on this first map. Also cooks eggs and bacons and pancakes. Traditional kobold weapon, good for smashy damage. Traditional kobold weapon. Oh, crit is 0, wow. Oh, everyone's getting hungry. I guess the hunger potion is a good buy. Uh-oh. Oh shit! Get destroyed. Okay! Uh-oh. I had to get hit once. Ayama. Now would be a good time to hit. Oh, now would be a good time to hit. Why are you aiming for top and top only? Fuck. I got a box. Edible Goblin Shift -1. Cursed item can't drop? Oh, there's a cursed item now. Ooh. Can I eat cursed item? Plus 10 food when eaten. Plus 10 food when eaten is pretty good though. Okay, you can still eat them. Well, hope you don't mind. I don't really have like a single heal item. When top is knocked out, I can't use spells. Yeah. Top knocked out, can use magic. Unfortunate. Oh, this, right. That's nice. We got one extra potion. No, don't use it yet. No, I have to use it though. No, I'll use it. It's fine. Golden debt. Oh. What's up? Oh, they still take 2 damage from burning? Nice. Oh, there's one mega goblin over there. Oh, you don't like fire? Ui, only 4? Ah, that makes sense. Maybe you like stabbing? What was that? Attack with stabby. It didn't say if they like it or not. Let's try slashing. Oh. Oh yeah, went from there. One enemy? Yeah, I remember this one enemy there as well. Holy shit. Hi. Jumpy Wombie. Hi. The Kobopedia shows weaknesses. Right, there's Kobopedia now. History. Hello, Jumpy Wombie. Hi, Zio. Look at that Kobold friend. Euro Truck Simulator. Well, I hope driving trucks was fun. Heck yeah, thanks for a ride. Welcome in everyone, I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. I have kind of a very drunk raid. 7 hours of Euro Truck while drinking is too much. Oh shit. Well, it's time to wind down then, right? Go get that post-drink care. Very important. Get that rest. Join the dancey? My monitor is too small, I cannot click it. Oh, I can, okay. there. I got start at 9:30. It's 5:30 in the morning. So it's 9、10、11、12、13、14.
Hello.
Oh my god, that's like 8 hours.
Welcome.
Gonna rain and run and sleep a bit? Yeah, sounds good, sounds good. Have a good EP, have a good rest. Thanks for a raid. And yeah, I'll join the dance. Which, thank you, Zeal, again for the emo. Bye. Rest well. Ah, crap. Unlocked 4 kills. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Zombie joined too. Oh, Zombie is the axolotl? Oh my god, heck yeah. I'm playing the best game ever. Fuck yeah. I think they don't like this. No, I was wrong. Nice, we got him. Sommer play this? Yeah, I played this for quite a bit as well. Apparently they have a new update for chapter 3, so I'm revisiting this game again. Couldn't escape melee range. Uh oh. They already moved once. Uh-oh. I have to sound the fire now. Of course! Alright, fine, I did this on my own. That's right, now you have to stand on it. Yeah, this game is amazing. And they keep improving the game as well, so... Very happy kobold noises. Oh, I start from here, so it's here then. Oh my god, everyone's so hungry. I haven't got here, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing there. I already killed everything, so yeah. It's all good now. It can't be far now, can it? We've found 1 secret? Okay, we're gonna fight in an empty stomach. Which is kind of absolutely terrible, I would say. Nice. We have health. We just don't have food now. Ayoe. Okay, lucky. So they're taking a free hit as well, this one? Oh, okay. If I get in, would be really bad. Escaping melee chance is 50%. If you recast the fire glyph, it will destroy the one that is on the ground. Oh, well that's really good to know. Okay, okay. I'm really scared this guy would just like flank me instead. That's bad. What does Hunger Zero mean? Drain health instead? Yeah, it drains health instead. Okay. Okay. Clutch food. Let's go. You leveled, right? Just get more health. I remember being told health is like a big thing in this game. How many turns does this add? Okay. It's okay, we use this one now. Goblin King? With a quotation mark. Okay, what can I do here? It's moving once per turn, so this is like this is crazy. I assume you hit everyone as well? Okay. Okay. It's fine. Ow! Okay, you hit one, but extremely painful. At least fire is good against this thing. Or the Goblin King. I've been very lucky with the damage as well. Extremely lucky, we won that one. Nice. Everyone is hungry. Nice. Oh. Unlocked in 1 kills. None? So any weapon is fine. I mean, if it adds 2% per point, it's redundant, so I'm not even gonna add that anymore. Maybe like some food as well. It adds a little bit of food. Okay, okay. Oh, I added 2 points of health. Mm. Ayama. So everything here is just 1 copper. As much as I want to get them, I'll get them. Look, it's shiny. I'll take them. At the cost of some health, not food anymore. Lucky. Ui. If bottom is down means that we cannot... I'm pretty sure we cannot dodge with bottom down. We can still hold it here. I don't think I'm like fighting anyone else here. I think there's going to be merchant on the next map. Alright, here we go, chapter 2. Maybe there were no secrets on this level. You saying that just makes me feel...
Chapter 2.
Okay.
delving deeper. With the treasure room empty except for a few shiny copper coins, it became obvious to our intrepid trio that they hadn't reached the bottom of the dungeon yet.
Yeah.
Spotting a hole in the back wall, they decided to press onwards. Appetites for adventure almost as strong as their, well, appetites.
They do want to eat a lot.
Unbeknownst to them, however, they were off of the beaten path and moving slowly into an old dwarven mine, long since abandoned, and into real adventurer territory. Oh no. So, with brave hearts and rumbling bellies, the kobolds stepped forth into the unknown, so intent on the riches that awaited them that they didn't pay attention to the way the tunnel creaked above their heads and then collapsed behind them.
Oh shit. Okay. Kin of the deep mark these words well. Ye kin who find this deep mark in good eyes, that narrow crack in the stone wall ahead, bash it hard with your hammer or pick, it'll grind open to a hidden nook. Inside, find steel, coins, potions, or a rune tool for the worthy, with effort for brothers like ye. And take what ye need and carve ye clan mark and seal it tight. Stone fist and iron vein. Third, deeping? Deeping? Oh, they teach us this now. Nice. I didn't know about it first time, but I'm glad they are teaching this. Fine, steal my ass. I didn't get anything out of that. God damn it. Hello.
Buy something already.
Oh, that's nice.
Get lost.
One chicken. I shouldn't have bought that chicken, like it's too expensive. Well, at least we look a little bit more healthy now. We have how much
Buy
money?
something already.
Why do I have 30 shiny still? What? Am I cheesing the game? No. I won't. Nice. What? Uh-oh.
Buy something already.
Oh, is it when I... 10 shinies are in. Oh, it's not that I'm cheating. I didn't see that it's a shiny cool duck. Oh my god, it's an infinite money glitch. Okay, let's keep our money for now. That is so healthy. I'm so happy. Actually,
Buy something
buy
already.
one of these. Okay.
Get lost.
You have 60. That would be 80. Very, very nice. Okay, everyone's very healthy now. Happy kobold noises. Very, very nice. 123 turns remaining. What do you... Okay, you don't... Do you like slashy? Oh my god, you heard a fuck ton, okay. Ui. Okay, You don't like slashy, that's good to know. That shop thing looks like a bug for sure. Maybe. I'm kinda abusing it though. Sorry. I abused it with the the shiny infinite money glitch. Oh no. Normally when you buy something it goes away, but enjoy it while you can. Yeah, I will. I already cheesed the game, holy shit. Because I remember before I played before the update, the thing goes away when I buy them. Yeah. Okay, slime is not too bad. Probably because I have a +1 crude axe that helps so much. Uh-oh. I don't want to risk it. Yeah. Ooh. Pretty small duck? +5 shinies when eaten? I love shiny. Pauses hunger for 15 turns when eaten. I like the crunch. A cute duck friend, delicious. You add 15, 15, 45. Oh, you got hit hard. Okay. Too bad I cannot read. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I'm rich? Spooter. Oh, wait, I have bad memories of spooters. Oh my god, I'm so rich. Wait, if I'm so rich, I'm gonna abuse it while I can. I should go back to the to the merchant. It's here, right? Yeah. Oh.
Buy something already.
Sorry, game dev. I had to do it.
Get lost.
Oh, I can still go here. Slime. Okay. 1, 2. Yo, nice. Oh, there's 2. Oh, slimy trenchcoat of shielding. 5 magical defense, 10 physical defense, 10 dodge chance. Ooh, that's cool as heck. That was very lucky. can't wait to look at chapter 3, but then again, I don't think I can go through... I don't think I can win chapter 2 with my current, like, luck, but hopefully I get lucky here. Oh, Wizard? Oh, you move once per turn now? Mean Spooner. I think you hate Smashy if I remember correctly. Yeah, you do. Oh my god, Spooner are fucking... Okay, this is really bad. I didn't know you move once per turn now, that's crazy. Oh my god, wasn't there like a... I think after 2 stages, there will be like a place, an arena of sort. Oh. That's gonna have like a bunch of slimes and Spooner together. That's gonna be hell. Hello.
Welcome.
Come.
Thanks for coming.
You have ranged, I remember. Okay, you move once per 2 turns. Crappy Spooder. Crappy Spooder. 6 damage and 1 damage from poison. Oh, that's really bad. I have to pray every time I hit. pray to the dragon gods that I would hit the next hit. Health looking really bad here. And snails cure poison now. Ooh, I haven't seen a snail yet. Maybe there are more snails in this stage, I think. Yaki wiki. A spitting speed. Okay. Middle's dead, I think. Oh, top got hit. Oh, that was mega lucky. Minus helmet, it smells funny. 5 physical, 5 dodge, 5 dodge. Oh my god, that's just a good item in general. Like, oh, it's a slim. Oh. I think now would be the good time to use the potion. Yeah. I think there's nothing there. I don't know how worth it this is gonna be. It's here. Okay, it's not that far. The hunger drains are crazy though. So down, left, down, left, down, down, left, down. God damn it. How much money do we have? 47? Okay, look. Technically, that shiny cool duck technically costs 7. But even if I buy it, I can only have 2 of them each. I don't really have a lot of shiny. I mean, 27. Wait, no, I can buy a lot. Hi, Brecky. Oh my god, welcome. Yeah, let's go buy it. It's worth trust.
Buy something already.
The music fits what I'm doing right now. Okay, I couldn't buy anything else. 15. Pauses hunger for 15 turns when eaten. Yeah, let's buy one of these and then we good. I'm so EP. Surprisingly enough, I slept for 11 hours last night. Like, I slept pretty early yesterday and then I woke up at 10 this morning, which I kind of overslept, but yeah, it's also why I started kind of late today. Okay, turns out that was really worth it, actually. The vibes are kind of different here, but like, not in a bad way. We found 6 out of 6 secrets. Oh, those are secrets? But they show on map though, no? Amazing. I didn't think they are secrets, to be honest. Oh my god. Oh my god, extra lucky. $170 stream streak? Oh my goodness. That's a big number. Thank you, Brecky.
Just buy something already.
Hopefully I can get enough shiny for this one.
Get lost.
I do kind of need heal now. Oh, holy luck. Oh yeah, this is the crazy slime now. It's the fire slime. Oh, I should read all the Kobopedia. The common goblin is a stinky, mean idiot who likes to stab handsome and cool adventurers with their dumb knives. Lucky for us, they are super weak and are no challenge for super brave, strong heroes like us. Goblin adept? A goblin that has learned basic magic is a bigger issue than you might think. Physically weaker than a normal goblin, but the fireballs more than make up for it, sadly. Oh, the kobold doesn't write these? Goblin elite. The strangest thing the strangest thing we have seen so far, a competent goblin with a scary mask and strong armor. These big stinky dumb guys kinda suck. They even stink slightly less than the other ones, maybe. Pretty satisfying to beat one though. Goblin King with a quotation mark. A strong, strange goblin wearing a cardboard crown and wearing real up cardboard crown. I forgot to wear that while I buy the things. I didn't cheese properly. Oh no. The other goblins seem to respect the crown more than the goblin wearing it, which is kinda good for us. His treasure room kinda sucked though. Yeah. Weakness Sparky and Bernie. And crude skeleton. A pile of bones that walks around because, I don't know. Fair. They smash pretty easily if you hit them right, but they also hit pretty hard. The biggest issue with them is there's loads of them everywhere. The good news is they sound funny when they collapse. Yeah, they do. Skeleton Adept. A smart skeleton, which is funny because when I checked, the head was empty. Definitely some bad magic here. Cast nasty poison magic at us and makes us feel sick, but somehow manages to be even more smashable than normal dumb skeletons. Common Mimic, the worst kind of enemy out there. A liar. Pretends to be a box of cool stuff, but turns out to be just a stinky wet mean monster full of teeth with nasty tongue. Very disappointed in that, honestly. If there's still treasure inside, yeah, how could they lie to us? God damn it. Green slime, this is the mines now. A strange blobby green blob monster. Looks cute until it tries to hit us, then it looks real mean. Not fair that a creature can be made of jam but tastes so bad. It's against the rules. Wait, I think the kobolds are eating. The kobolds are writing this because tastes so bad. They try to eat the slime. It has to be a kobold writing this. Giant spider? I don't remember spiders being this big, but maybe because we're bigger they are too? That makes sense. It's very mean. And its bite makes us sick. All in all, 3 out of 10, should not try to have as pet. Yeah. That's very detailed, I know. I love every aspect about this game, honestly. It's so good. And then we have the spitting spider. I know we aren't a fan of the other spiders, but this one doesn't seem to like us either, and that makes us sad. It just wants to sit far away and spit at us. Rude. And the spit makes us super sick. Double rude. 2 out of 10. Somehow prefer the other one. Somehow prefer the other one. Hi, Dragon Colony. Kobo Hologram, Tira the Dragon. Known as Kaisi. Wait, I became a dragon? Has been captured. Find 2 more kobolds and find a Trenchcoat to rescue Kaisi and our Dragon King. Oh, our Dragon King. Oh. Hi, Dragon Colony. Well, I didn't know I'm a dragon now, but hey. Yeah, that slime is insane. I only have fire. I'm pretty sure it's resistant to fire. I think it's afraid of stabby, if I remember correctly. Angry red goopy boy. Okay, it's normal. Is it slashy still? Wee. Holy, this thing still fucking hurts. Okay, not slash as well. Is it still this? Unless you have no physical resistances or like... Oh no. couldn't move back just now. What happened? I was not in melee range. I tried to move back. What? I'm dead. Oh, okay, so you don't have any physical resistance. That's not a melee range. Brotan. Okay. Oh, that thing is still scary as heck. Oh, I forgot. Ooh. I don't know why I tried that. Nice. Are you winning? Kind of, I guess. Forgot to add a... after I said your name. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. It's addressing me. I'm the couple. Wow. Also hope you're doing good, Dragon Colony. We go red slime. Another brother to the weird blob monster family. This one seems spicy, man. Even its little slime trail feels hot on our feetsies. Oh, feeties. This one actually tastes the best. Still super bad. Excuse me, why you still eat the spicy slime? I love the kobolds. They're amazing. Oh. I mean, I can just go straight first. Why not? Then we can eat the chicken leg. No, we use it for heal. I feel like we need more heal than anything. Anyway. Two? Oh. The misses is going to be the end of the run. Money? Oh. Blacksmith apron of deflecting. It smells great. 10 magical defense, 10 physical, 8 magical. Oh my god, that's so good! Holy defense. No dodge chance though? It's okay. Well, that's food. I don't think I can sell anything, so...
Buy something already.
Balance repaired sledgehammer. Too many accuracy, never-ending metal lollipop. Tastes like wet iron. My favorite. Very intimidating. A bit too big but still fine. Old sweaty smell. I bet it's chewy. Wait, I can buy the boot. It's 7...
Get lost.
Oh, only +2. I mean, there's still a lot of places that I can still go, like here. So, let's get back for now. Nice. Oh. Ooh. 7 to 9 slashy. Oh, it's slashy. Plus 10 health when eaten. 3 to 8, 7 to 9. 7 to 9 is too good. Well, let's eat this one then. Okay. We have a new slashy damage now. I don't know if I'm to fight them. Like, the spiders are actually so scary now. Because they move once per turn. Okay, this is really bad. 19! Holy 19! Just get more health, brother. Okay, at least we did it. 1 copper coin. God fucking damn it. Okay, that's nice. 2 spooders here. Doesn't look like there's anything in there. I mean, the thing that's good to fight these monsters is that I can essentially give them more XP if I win. And then the risk being I lost the entire game, so... I don't know, the risk movement is a little bit... eh. But then again, I'm a kobold that never backs down from a fight. Mean spooder? We beat the shit out of it. Yeah. Uh-oh, GG. Uh-oh, GG. Oh, this is mega GG right here. Oh, you got Zeus. No more dodging. Knocked out. Died from burning. Whoa. That could have gone better, I think. Ooh. 3 physical defense, 4 dodge. horses hungry when eaten. Well, at least we got some more dodge. Yeah, we're good food, but we don't have any heals anymore. Speaking of... Oh, it's at the start. Oh, it's here. I think I kind of want to go and buy... I want to buy the potion first. Let's go buy the potion first. It's 25 shinies, I think. Oh, I don't even have enough. Well, I don't know if using this is going to be enough. Only one way to find out.
Buy something already.
20. I need one more. It's fucking fine. I guess sometimes it would be... Sometimes it's fine to not explore the entire place, I guess. Ooh. Play safe, defend whenever possible. But I am letting them take a free hit now. That's a spicy slime. Let's avoid the spicy slime. I kinda think it's just not fun fighting against that spicy slime. Of Grove? One stat point? Ooh. What if we give I have enough shiny. Okay. Whoa. Let's buy that potion and yeah, we don't care about that. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I go and fight that thing right now, I would just lose the entire game. So I guess sometimes running away is fine. Okay, it's here.
Buy something already. Just buy something already. Get lost.
Okay, nice. Hi, Selic. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh, okay.
Buy something already.
We have one big heal and one small heal. And now hunger is a problem again. Oh. Doing fine, how are you? Nice, good to know. I'm doing pretty okay today. Like yesterday I had a bit of a food poisoning and now I feel much better. They say kind of spooky still, no good to turn back now. Yeah, this is the one with like super mega enemies. Minor Inferno. A scroll that summons a rolling blast of fire. A rolling blast of fire? Oh, that far? Let's go to my corner. Another one turn per... You move once per turn? Oh no. Okay, why are you afraid of Slashy maybe? Normal? Please land a hit. I need it. Snail? Ooh. Hero's poison status when eaten. Okay, that's really good. Can escape melee range. This is going to be detrimental in the long run. Oh, that's a cool effect. Okay, that was very, very lucky. Now, how do I deal with these two? They shoot from they shoot from the next town to the other. I don't think I can take any more poison hits. I mean, sure, I have a snail. Infernal 7. One more slime there. Okay, I think I got their aggro. We are very hungry and we just like, we're losing health every few turns now. Mean Spooner? Yeah. There's no dodging magic, which is even worse. Middle dead. Middle cannot die. If Middle dies, I cannot do any damage at all. Back. One more. Back. I I think I got the aggro like this. Yeah. I mean, I cannot dodge anyway. I took the risk. Ooh. Oh my god, I needed this so much. Okay, we're back, we're back. Yeah, this is the one that I'm afraid of, but with my timeout corner, it worked. Okay, green slime is fine. I don't like it when they're hitting every hit. Yeah. Oh, key. It feels bad when I hit every hit and then I miss every hit. This is heal? No slimes were harmed yet? Plus 10 health when eaten. I think top needs it now. Okay, so it's not this key then. Tira needs to rescue Kaisi or no more bald head, right? I mean, you say that and I don't even know how to rescue anyone. So this is Buddha territory, I think. Sure, looks like it. Apple? Nice. We do need food now. Not enough. Oh. That must be the thing. Hey! Newton! Let's get back and get that, get that chest. This has to be the key. Nice. I think it's here. Oh, hunger is getting really bad. Fresh slime? Plus 15 food when eaten? Oh my god. You can walk a dragon walking? Heck yeah. Oh, okay. Smashy, smashy. Okay, we have a new smashy weapon now, so that's food. Yeah, we don't fight that thing. Nice. Oh, there's so many. Looks like there's so many loot back there as well. Oh. Oh fuck, it's not worth fighting that red slime. It is just not worth it. I do have one key, right? Oh wait, no, I used up all the key. Then yeah, let's just go down. Feeling it now? This is fun. Real adventure. We found 4 of 4 secrets too? Okay, that's good enough. Never fight that red slime. We're using fire glyph? Okay. Okay. Nice. Oh, the music is even more nice. Let's get some physical and magical defense. I think health-wise we are okay-ish. The music is so heckin' adorable though. This is truly Kobold Adventure vibes. Ooh, trader.
Buy something already.
Cool, that got fasting. Soothing snail. 10 health, 10 health. Oh, that's a lot of health. Cure poison stands when eaten. Got good crunch and got that great slimy. 50 15 20 25 50 15 20 25. So 5 cheese is 50 food. 50 food. So buying 5 stinky cheese is actually more worth it than buying a chicken leg. I'm surprised. Because with this I can buy 5 cheese, meaning 50 health and 50 food. I just need more inventory slots. I never thought about that. 12 15 10. Yeah, cheese is like the most... I can only count like this because I'm cheesing the game, right? Or like because I'm abusing the game's bug currently. So because just gonna put it out there, right? To those who doesn't know. Usually when you buy a thing and then the thing should be gone, but with the current bug that's happening, I can buy unlimited items, which shouldn't be happening. But I'm abusing it anyway. Right? So that's why I'm counting it like this. Wish I had crackers? Yeah. This one has fasting though. Pauses hunger for 25 turns when eaten. And then it's 2020. 47 4 5 6 65. I'll buy 2 more cheese. And I'm keeping it actually. Thank you. music is so cute. No, I can't. Wish I crackers. Yeah, the flavor text of the game is so amazing, honestly. What? That's new. Glyph. I need you to hit. Thank you. The hunger is already gone? Holy shit. Oh no. I don't know what you hate. Blue slime.
Ah, what a good little Kobo. Such a good girl indeed. Pat, pat, pat.
Wee. Hi, Evie. Wee. Wee. Another type of weird slimy blobby creature. But this one is like lightning jam? It's all sparky and sharp. Still tastes bad. Bottom actually likes it, but it gave them tummy aches, so we don't let them eat it anymore. Bottom likes it? Oh. I would let Bottom eat often, but yeah. Tummy ache bad. Okay, doesn't hurt as much. Please hit. God. I can't. This is really bad. Okay, that was normal. 2 levels up. Good morning. Morning, Uncle. Welcome. Hope Akko is doing good and had a nice evening. Hi, Umbre. The colored game? Why is that so cute? Yeah. Is it fully out yet? It's still in early access, I believe. But they recently released a new chapter, Chapter 3. And I'm revisiting the game again, because the game is so fucking good. Yeah. Welcome, hope you're doing good. I'm playing it on the hardest difficulty, so I'm suffering a lot here, but it's okay. It's worth it. Oh my god. Please, please, please. Oh my god, that's so good. Okay, okay. Oh, there's one secret I didn't do it. It's so not worth it to go back like this. Maybe it does. 5 dodge chance. What? Well, someone can eat this. Oh no, it's a fucking... I lost. GG. guess I have to fight now. GG. No. That's normal. How about this one? That one's from crit. Okay. Okay, everyone survived somehow. Yeah, I shouldn't be losing health because of no food, so. Okay, we survived. That's good. Okay. Oh no, there's a spitting spider as well. Alright, here we go. One forward. Ouch. Pretty sure I got the aggro here. Okay. Okay. Oh, thanks for the leg. Dragon Z. Oh my god, dragon. I like dragon a lot. I have no way of reviving top now. This is really bad.
Hello!
I can never buy any of these. They are so expensive.
Goodbye!
Goodbye.
Welcome!
Flat 5? Okay.
See you soon!
Oh, hi, Mama Dragon. Welcome, Mama Dragon. Boop. I will drink. Oh, the run is getting rough. Hope Mama Dragon is doing good. Even though there's a lot of things happening right now, I'm pretty sure, but still. I have to go find loot. Soft repair of poison? Minus 10 critical hit chance. Changes melee damage to poison. Cursed item can't drop. 79 poison damage. Oh. Oh, you're not smashy damage, you're poison damage. I mean, I don't need to drop you. Unless that fire slime is weak to poison, it could make it explode. That could be huge. Oh. Spooter. Yeah. More things here. No more magic though. No more magic, no more heal. I don't know. I had to still try to kill things here. This is really bad. This is really bad. Aw. No going back now. GG. We lost. No, I couldn't land a fucking hit. I couldn't even get to chapter 3. Fuck. Oh, that feels like shit. I couldn't land a hit at all. I can continue. Wait, the game saved? Oh, the game saves! Okay, I love you, game. Thank you very much. Dragon doing alright, busy but almost free for a weekend. Oh, nice. That's good to know. Okay, we still have a chance to get past this then. Four misses. Okay. Alright. Okay. I think at this point we just need more physical defense because I keep dying to spooters. Good try. Yeah, I'm gonna keep trying. Now that there's like checkpoints and saves. I wonder if they sell the same thing.
Buy something already.
One stat point when eaten. I have to give it all to middle. Reviews met when eaten. Yes. Okay.
Get lost.
Middle can have these. More physical. 20 food and 10 health. Reviews met when eaten. There. Interestingly enough, we have one like already open chest here. Wonder what's up with that. Hey, we got food actually. No. I should have eaten this one. This one heals. Ah, I forgot. It's okay. I feel like I should never go gambling at all. It is 52% hit rate. And I keep getting misses over and over again. 5th time. Okay, we miss 5 times in a row. That just tells me to never gamble. 7 physical defense. 3 and 4 dodge chance. Ooh, 4 is a lot. I think we eat this one. Yeah. Oh. The amount of unlucky that's happening right now. Okay. The moving once per turn monsters are like the worst. Like 2% accuracy per point is just redundant, I feel like. It's either you commit all the points to accuracy or don't at all. Right? Like, don't add health to top, just give it all to accuracy. So that top is like the top is the like no health, glass no cannon, but support bold. Right, and then we have this. Damage from burning. If middle is dead, this run is dead. 1 health. I have to hope this hits. Okay. And then the wizard is here, which I couldn't buy anything, so I'm just gonna ignore that. I don't think I want to go to the next floor like this. Oh. I died here. Middle ouchie? Yeah, but I have no heal anymore. So I died here because there's 2 spooters here. But what's different from just now is that I have 58% physical defense, so maybe it doesn't hurt as much now. It's still definitely gonna hurt, but hopefully not as much. It still deals 16! Slashy, we block 1 slashy damage from armor. So physical defense is redundant? Question mark? 58% physical defense, I block 1. Oh, we lost. We actually lost. No middle, no damage. What? Okay, maybe. Yeah, 3 damage, imagine. I had to. I need 6 mana. I'm taking a lot of damage here from hunger. I don't think I'm seeing any stabby to anything. Okay, we're at 6. I ate my weapons. Because no middle, I'm not doing any damage at all. Middle has to like stay alive and then eat this. I feel like I'm gonna soft lock myself if I go to the next stage like this, but I mean, not much I can do here, honestly. Here we go. It really didn't sound so deep when those adventurers were talking about it. We found 2 out of 3 secrets. Yeah, I don't want to open up the 3rd one. Oh, I thought it's slashy damage. Oh, this is really bad. This is... This is all kinds of bad. I ate my slashy damage weapon. Bottom is dead. Yeah.
Buy something already. Yeah, there's no chance.
Because no heals and missing almost every hit is kind of sad. I mean, even though I have like 52% accuracy, it feels like 10. I cannot continue. That's a soft lock on its own. I don't think I can progress through that one. I guess I can do it one more time. Bad luck with the crate and stuff too. Not too sure how the drop rates are. The drop rates are extremely bad. Lowest loot drops with highest HP, highest damage, and lower accuracy, normal sliding HP, normal footstep, high hunger drain. Like this is, I was playing on the hardest difficulty, so I'm upset, but I'm not mad at the game because it is supposed to be this way. So like I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, right? For the record, so that's how the game is supposed to be. Don't hurt me, just some little guys. Yeah, let's try again. Are you? Who that? Oh, that's Latch. Wow, Breen. We're gonna skip this. Oh, we watched that already, yeah. But I'm here to help by spreading ledge. Spreading ledge sounds wrong. It's okay, you're helping. I love ledge. Hey, those equipments are food as well. Like this, and then trinkets. 5 max hunger. I wonder why the urgency on that sign. That do people actually skip that one and then they're complaining about the game's trinket on how to use them? That might have happened before. 1 stat points when eaten. Okay. Also, how Breen is doing it. Welcome. People do that anyways. Yeah, it's the internet. I can complain about it if you want me to. No, spread only good things about this game because this game is great. Ooh. Ooh, holy shit, there's just like the minus hat. It's broken and dumb? No, this game is fucking great. I'm okay, finally got a job, so that's exciting. Ooh, okay, that's nice, that's nice. Heck yeah, amazing. Speaking of, my sister got a job yesterday as well, and she's already started walking yesterday. And she seems to like it as well, so fuck yeah. Nice. Okay, early health potion, that's amazing. Did you move? You did. Ow. Our sister? I guess. Hell yeah, it's been over 5 months, so I'm happy to finally get something that's decent. Oh, fuck yeah. Happy for you. More power to you. Very happy for Breen. Fuck yeah. jobs. Good luck to both. That settling into then goes extra smooth. So far, everything seems to be going pretty okay-ish. So that's amazing. Is it normal for enemy to behave like this? Has to be a bug too, I think. Five. Was it 4 misses in a row? 5. Make it 6. Okay. Make it 7. Oh my god, alright. Make it 8. Okay. Make it 9. Holy shit. If I got 10 misses in a row, someone give me I want someone to give me 5 subs. Oh, the game doesn't want me to have gift subs. Hiya. Oh, inventory is full.
You know, I found out the hard way the last time that I tried this. Oh, not again! And I haven't seen this from any other sodas before, and I just don't think it's going to be as crazy.
You know, I love that one so much. Chicken Mickey? Cardboard box. Gain Bernie weakness. I took that one, right? Yeah, this one, okay. The fish hit chance, yeah. On the highest difficulty, you only get 50% hit chance, but sometimes it does feel like 10%, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm pretty sure my current total hit chance is like I'm gonna hit like 20 out of 100 hits. Oh, I forgot. Nice, lucky. I assume it's 50% of your current chance, so it's 50% of 50%.
Just buy something already.
Isn't that fucked up?
Last.
Didn't escape. Oh. Wait. Kobo booped. Weird red hat. Oh. Ooh. +4 makes mana. Yeah. Another sexy shoe. And next, okay, we have slashy damage now. Oh, we're already using slashy damage. I still don't like this. Feeding broken bottle for a kobold feels rough. Like, even though they eat everything, I'm pretty sure it's gonna hurt them still. Cures burn status when eaten. Oh, wow, it tastes like fruit? We're gonna take a hit first here. Nice. Ui. Kobo? What's going on? You're a good bee? Oh. Am I though? Wait, how are you dead? Oh. How much health does that thing have? That's crazy. Kill a star with magic or the mimic? I don't think I can, question mark? Oh, nice. I still don't like when this happens, like, once a fight is already finished, and then the game just says that, oh, we cannot escape melee range. Like, hello?
Buy something already. Get lost.
Okay, that's the entire map. Hi, Kung Fu. I missed it. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. My monitor is too small. I haven't done a food crime video in a while, or like a food crime session.
Welcome.
Expensive shit.
See you soon.
Nice. Oh, you suddenly decide not to move, huh? Can escape melee range. Really. Do you move every turn? What the fuck is going on? Okay.
Buy something already. Get lost.
That's 5 shinies. Ah, I didn't expect that. I mean, of course I don't. So, are we dead? I think we're dead here, right? You cannot tell me that this is 50% hit rate, right? Oh, at least there's 10 shinies.
Buy something already.
Cannot afford anything. Well, do the things I need.
Get lost.
What are your stats? 50% accuracy. Ooh, this is nice. Check bestiary off for what minute? Google for what? Why are you trying to check? What? How? Thank you, holy shit. This is not 50%. Right, I forgot I can just decide to not move sometimes. And then I have to take a free hit here. Monsters might have an evasion stat. I guess, I mean, I do have 24% dodge. It's already damning it as it is that I have to take a free hit on this. Pretty sure I got absolutely carried by the last run's Kobold Mace. Kobold Mace was amazing, right? Because all the skeletons are like afraid of smashy damages. Yeah, afraid of smashy, but I don't have any smashy damage here. Oh, I didn't see that. Oops, that was on me. That was too reckless. there's no need. I was trying to kill them for the EXP, honestly. Okay, let's go down. I feel like the 50% accuracy might be a little bit too much here. But then again, it might just be my incompetency speaking here. Because this is a hardest difficulty. Shouldn't be complaining too much. Oh. There's no information online about monster stats. I guess this game is not known enough by people to have stats like that, question mark, maybe? Might be very rude for me to say that though, so I'm sorry. Nice. I had to bet on it. Top died. From hunger, I believe. If monsters have evasion, it would mean their accuracy is double important. Yeah, but the current case is that because before the update, right? Before the update, 1 point for accuracy is 5%, which is nice, but now it's just 1 point for 2%, which just makes it extremely redundant. I remember this. I wouldn't be able to save without seeing the damage formula. Three, 4. Okay. Like, this is insanity, no? Nah, that was ridiculous. That was really goddamn ridiculous. That was not... That's unreal. Don't you also lose accuracy if top is out? No, I don't. If top is out, I just cannot use magic. That's it. Oh, fuck it. That was insane. Oh, now you move. Oh, now you move. Wow. Oh, you don't get aggro at all unless I'm in the worst spot possible. When did they start to do that again? I'm like double dead. I couldn't escape melee range. From who? Might I ask? I'm getting pissed. This is unreal. You're telling me that's 50%? Well, at least that's the entire map. There is zero chance I'm winning the next fight. Priority in movement, maybe they move east-west until they're in a straight line to you, then go north-south? They move east-west? So they move left-right until they are in a straight line to you, then go up-down? That never happened before. They will always chase me down when they can see me. That has been the case from when I first played the game, even from demo. It is from this update that I've noticed that they don't move until I move towards them, and then I have to take a free hit from them. And it fucking sucks. I cannot hide it anymore. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, that is so stupid. Okay. The accuracy thing, fine, right? It's 50%. That's fair, right? I don't hit them. That's okay. It's Gamba. But when the monster decided to stay there until I go there, and then they get a free hit on me, like, the only advantage I have is gone. The only advantage of like kiting the monsters, making them go where I want to go, is gone. That's a little bit much, I feel like. Like, I don't mind missing constantly here, right? It's part of the game. 54% accuracy, that's fine, right? But when the game suddenly decides to like, oh, your only advantage is now gone, like this one. Oh, now you move, so I cannot go there anymore, right? Yeah. I mean, even if I don't win that, even if I won against that one, I'm gonna die from hunger anyway. Unfortunate. I still want to try though. Like, I still want to do like the hardest difficulty. I may be extremely stupid here, but I still want to do it. I complain a lot, but honestly, this game is still like the best game in my book. I mean, what game allows you to play as a kobold in a game like this? None. This game is already unique as it is, so fuck yeah. It's just somehow, or like not somehow, but sometimes the things that's happening can be extremely infuriating, but it's okay. Alright, here we go. We got two chairs. I mean, cheese is like the cheapest food possible, I think. Yeah, it adds like 10 food, 10 health. It's fine. Yeah, like this is the only advantage I have now. Is to kite them and then make them chase me when they know where I am or have line of sight like that. But I think this might be the hardest difficulty setting, question mark? That sometimes they can just decide to not move at all. And then that results in I have to go engage in a fight so that I have to take a free hit from them. It's frustrating. I don't like that. Ooh. Oh, that's gonna give me like Bernie weakness though. 5 physical. No, eat that. It's fine. I think gaining weakness is going to be the end of me. Unlucky. No more gamb. Okay. Oh, that one doesn't give dodge chance. It's okay though. I think 8 physical defense is pretty good, I think. That's everything? Yeah, that's everything. Okay. If I can have like a good smashy weapon on the first dungeon, or a smashy weapon in general actually, is going to help a lot dealing with the skeletons and everything.
Buy something already. Get lost.
No smashy. Please hit. Oh, thank you. It's the first time. Wait. Back. Wait. Oh, not. See, that's the thing. Why do they suddenly don't move, right? That has never happened before, but now it happens. Which renders my one and only advantage gone. Back. Yeah. That's fucked up. That's very fucked up, actually. That is so fucked up. Have I not wear this? There, okay. I was being dum-dum. Right, this. Hey Mars. Kobo game? Yeah, Kobo game. I'm complaining about this game a lot, but gosh, I still love this game a lot. It's the only game where I get to be, I get to play as 3 kobolds. Not just 1, but 3. Yeah, food-wise, we're like pretty healthy here. That's how Marsh is doing it. Oh, button of vigor. Plus 10 max HP. Ooh, very subtle magic item. Who doesn't love a bun? Comes with its own pin. It's a funky little badge thing and magic. 10 max HP. Okay. Oh, needles hurt. Being forced to fight. Oh! Fresh kobold mess of experience. Wow, the game wants me to eat this so bad. But I do need a I do need a smashy weapon, and this is the one that helps me go through the first stage actually. Tiny spear poison? Changes melee damage to poison? Oh, that's huge. Okay, okay. I don't know what's afraid of poison, to be honest. No weakness, no resistance. Hates freezy, resists burn. Sparky Burny. Also Sparky and Burny. Smashy, resists Burny. Smashy, Stabby, Slashy. Or all the melee it's afraid. Don't know about this one. No, nothing is weak to poison still. Maybe this thing is weak to poison and only this. So I'm keeping the poison damage. Because this one is not afraid of fire and then 3 physical types. This one also not afraid of 3 physical types and fire. Alright, then let's try to do a magic first 10. No, I cannot magic here. Nope. Yeah, I had to take the first hit here. Unfortunate. Well, I tried. And oh my god. Yeah, Smashy is so good here. So 2 leveled. Do I try to not give Top any health? What if I do this then? Like Top can have this. And then just add accuracy to it. And then the rest I can add health to them.
Just buy something already.
Because without accuracy, it's just impossible to hit anything. Which is unfortunate. Okay, we still have plenty of food and 1 equipment here. I guess we only heal when they're dead, question mark? Or when they faint. Let's not say they are dead, they never die, they are kobold. I don't want kobold dead anyway, I love them. No dead kobold here. Something fell down the pit. Nice. Please hit. Thank you. Fresh training sword. I think that's smashy as well. Plus 15 food when in. Yeah, it's 2 to 4 smashy. Kobold mess is 5 to 7 smashy. It's okay, I can just eat it. You can have it. I'll get physical defense. Yeah. That's why we need smashy damage here. Okay. We have 26 shiny. Do you have a hunger potion?
Buy something already.
Do I want hunger potion or... I mean, technically there's more food here. Let's not buy for now. Bronze medal for max mana. If I give it to you, would I add max mana? Currently it's 25. It's 29. Okay, it does. Nice. Okay, maybe hunger potion is the way to go now.
Buy something already. Get lost.
It adds... Oh, only 10. Pulses hunger for 15 turn when eaten. But it affects everyone, so this one's pretty good. Okay. Oh, I didn't even see you. Oops. Okay. I don't want to go through that room. It's too risky, I feel like. Yeah, there's one skeleton here. This one fell down, so there's one here still. I'm not gonna fight that one. Oh, I don't want to go through that that fireball room. I'll keep the smashy damage here. The smashy is gonna be huge on this map. Okay, it's not that bad. Left foot drop, more shift. Oh yeah, I have no helmet. Crazy. This is what's supposed to happen. They see me there, and then they will like just chase me down from far away. Unlike what happened on the last run, that was weird. Oh, oops. That works. Okay, everyone's health is fine, but food it's not really fine. I feel like stabby damage is not really that useful, question mark? Stabby is only good against this stabby, smashy, and then magic. Afraid of freezy, none. So first stage has no weakness towards stabby, and then this one is slashy, resistant to stabby. Don't know. Smashy, resistant to stabby. Resistant to stabby as well. So I feel like stabby weapon is kind of missing out here, right? Oh, I got snuggled by Dragon. Oh my god. Hi, Ixen. And goes to Eep. Nice. Hope Dragon has nice EP while snuggling a Kobo. Like a pearl lashy. Yeah, you can just eat this actually. Nah. And then this one. worth. Oh, you hit every hit. Oh, I hate you. Can't believe it. Here. Okay. Right, sexy shoe. There. I think we still have food. Yeah, it's not a lot, but we still have some. Okay, we have here, we have food. We can fight the next one. And smashy damage is huge on the first map. And then the second map we need slashy? Yeah, we need slashy. Slashy and smashy. Ooh. They keep aiming for middle. Nice. We couldn't escape melee ranger from who? That's good enough. Ooh. That's all 50. I can hit a little bit more. Oh, no mana? It's okay. This is what happens if I invest every single point to accuracy, by the way. Oh. By the way, alright. Just saying I invested every single point to accuracy now. Top's dead. Yeah, Top's dead. We have no food. Maybe there's like a hidden secret somewhere in this map, but I don't know where. See, they say this. Maybe there were no secrets on this level.
Chapter 2.
I'm gonna skip this one because I already
Delving
heard
deeper.
it, right?
With the treasure.
Amazing narration, by the way. Love that every time. Nice.
Just buy something already.
Stimulating tasty apple. Mending snail. Small duck, cool duck. Just buy all small duck. Eat all the duck. They pause hunger, so that's amazing. One more. Thank you. I have no slashy. Well, you're not resistant to poison though. Yeah, you are. God damn it. I guess I am hitting slightly, ever so slightly more often now. Ever so slightly. Oh. Well, top's dead. I love how middle still have like full health. And then top is constantly dying. Unlucky. Okay, we got a new smashy weapon. 5 to 7, 7 to 9. This one 15 food and 5 experience when eaten. Okay. Middle has to eat this. Well, at least we got a new smashy weapon. That's something. Okay, still 58. I'll take it. Okay. Nice. Okay, we got a slashy weapon. So we can easily deal with slimes now as well. That's really nice. Okay, it's the same. Oh my god, that was such a gamble. I hate it. Why did I do that? I couldn't wait too much. Waiting essentially drains my food, which is not what I want. Please stop hitting top, what the heck? Hmm? I'll take it. Ooh. I want to open up that chest. I really feel like I need this poison spear to deal with that stupid looking, well, not stupid looking, but this one. I feel like this one is afraid of poison. And if that one is afraid of poison, then chances are high that I can level up again. Or I can level up like easier if I can deal with that slime. No, don't do it. There. Okay. Because I need to run back to open up the chest. Oh, I missed one here. Huh. Take it. Six out of 6 secrets too? This is fine. Alright, 2 dead. I think that's a trinket. Yeah, that's a trinket trader. Bottom knocked up,
I don't care
cannot
what you're
touch.
doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Wait. Kobo gonna yip. Oh, hey, hey. Wait. I've got to change weapon.
Buy something already.
This could help.
Get lost.
So now we drink this, and then everyone eats this. There. They could last us for a bit. There's a red slime here. Well, let's hope this works. Oh, it's not resistant. I couldn't move. I couldn't move. Yeah, I failed to fucking... No way! 3 times I tried to move away and then it failed because I couldn't move away from that spot. Oh my god, oh my god. I mean, I guess it's true when they say a healthy dose of luck is required to play the hardest difficulty. I haven't always been the luckiest boat ever.
Just buy something already.
Okay, that's huge. Well, it's like at least now I know that I can poison. Yeah, poison is not what it's afraid of. Hmm? Someone call me? No, it was just a random number. It's fine. It's just a random number. Alright. I think we use... Yeah, this one is like okay. But now that I know there's also another spooder on that part. Let's kite it here. The gear screen on this game is super cute. This one? I mean, you can... Like, I'm not lying when I say that this is one of my favorite games last year and this year. I mean, sure. Again, I want to I want to be honest, right? I bitch about this game sometimes when I play the hardest difficulty, but God, I cannot bring myself to hate this game like for a good while. This game perfect. Which I couldn't say about the other games. I mean, look at me play Tekken. Like I'll install the game, don't know when I will play the game again. It's not too bad. That's not too bad. No more food. Because that way is like, that is the way to victory. I want to explore as much as possible. But then again, I feel like exploring as much as possible is a bad idea when I'm playing the hardest difficulty, because the drop rate is just way too low. Maybe just rushing towards the end is a plan here? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, the drop rate is like too terrible to the point where I feel like maybe it's not that worth trying to like explore the entire place here. Oh, Joki! Oh my god, Dragon, it's been a while! Hello. Oh my god, Dragon. Oh. How is the dragon doing? Oh, at least we got some health potion. Every Kobo is hungry, every 2 steps lose 1 health, I think. 3? Yeah, every 3 steps. Ooh. I don't think finding it now would be a good idea, honestly. Yeah, don't fight it. Bottom stat now. Oh, it's been a while. How is the kitty? Oh. Doing pretty good. Trying to get this hardest difficulty run. Okay, we lost. No, Middle died. There's one more, yeah. There's nothing I can heal. It's up the bottom now. Thanks for headpet. There's a chest there, but I don't think I can win against this thing. considering the drop rate, the chest is not gonna have anything good anyway, so let's not get that one. Yeah. No magic. One coin. This is what I mean. Going to the next niche now, I won't be able to do anything here.
Just buy something already. Get lost.
This is a soft lock. Six out of 7 secrets too? Sure. Okay, game, okay. Wow, I feel like the hardest difficulty is impossible. It's not a healthy dose of luck that's needed. Right? It's not a healthy dose of luck that's needed. It's... I don't know. Can anyone actually beat this? Because the hunger drain is like... The hunger drain plus not having loot is detrimental, I feel like. That alone is already super duper difficult. We got a smashy damage. Not the best smashy damage, but it's a smashy. We got a Daisy Amulet. Makes hunger. Not bad, not bad. Okay, let's go. I feel like 58 accuracy is not bad. Mail mail? Early mail mail? Huge. edible. Ooh. Plus 10 food when eaten. It's a stabby damage. That's a food anyway. Stabby damage is not very useful on the first 2 stages. Don't know about the third one, haven't reached there yet. Oh, right. Ooh. Brittle? Minus 10 physical defense. That's way too much. That's a food. Bunny slipper. $67? What? Oh, is the 67 the funny number thing? I remember being told 67 being the funny number. Right. Healthy still, healthy. Oh my god, oh my god. Kobo spoiled, oh my god, oh my god. It's so not worth it, but I have to be fast too. Top step? Yeah, top step. Yeah, oh my god. A big dragon run. Yep. Comfy Trenchcoat of Eagle Eyes reveals map when eaten. Oh, I don't think I need that right now. One stat point when eaten. Accuracy. So that one just doesn't move anymore? Yeah. I still don't get that. I still don't like how my only advantage is being taken away from me. Ooh. And a slashy weapon? Brute X of Worth. Minimum physical damage, 3 to 7 slashy, 2 to 4 smashy. I mean, they're only afraid of smashy, so I need slashy for the next map. That's good.
Buy something already. Get lost.
I still want to fight this mimic. Ow. Okay. Not too bad, actually.
Buy something already. Get lost.
Early big potion?
Buy something already. Get lost.
I think we have a healthy amount of food here. That's gonna help at least. I wonder if I can ever get to chapter 3 with this difficulty. I don't think I can, but I really want to try. Top is the glass no cannon. Glass with no cannon. Button of figure. Yeah, this could be good for top. No? Oh, hi Nina. Welcome. Hope Nina is doing good. Is it? No. Dang it. Oh, this is 3-3. Yeah, that weird red hat is better. Just got out of bed. Ooh. Hope you had a nice evening. Gave my cat her wet food. Oh. Oh, this is really bad. I have to take a free hit here. Oh, kitty precious. Oh. Ow. Well, healthy on items, at least that's really good. We top died. I mean, sometimes I can't help but feel terrible that, you know, enemies land every hit and then I miss every hit. Like, I can never get over that feeling. But it is the hardest difficulty, so I'll try not to complain about it too much. Oh, I only found one? Wait, did I not open up the other one? Oops, that was me being stupid. Nice. No resistance. I guess I could use this weapon now. And 10 health. 19 29 35 4 5 6 7 8 Okay. And then bottom half this. Okay. Wait. Huh? Huh? I'm getting lots of loot this run. Shit. Yo, one shot? Oh. Okay. Hi, Roxas. No, you? Nah, you cannot use the Uno reverse card when Breen already used it. You cannot cheat. What do you mean? This is pissing me off. Why? Why is it doing that? Oh, now you move, right? Now I'm in the worst spot possible and then you move. Wow. Now I have to hit. Now I have to eat two hits. It didn't happen last run, but now it happened again, so could be a bug. Pop is dead. Yeah, you're gonna get used to looking at that. Like this, the hardest difficulty is no joke. Like they lower your attack accuracy, and then they have the worst loot chance possible. So yeah. This is it's a magic. I feel really dumb, like really dumb. Lexi, I feel like I've seen this thing before. It's a pain to explain how dumb I feel, but I can do it upon request. I mean, I don't know if it makes you feel really dumb. Shouldn't you try to like not explain it? Yeah. Because wouldn't it be painful if I were to tell you to explain how painful it is, no? No shame? Eh? But it's pain though, it's not shame. Another right sexy shoe? Okay. Hold back out of courtesy. I appreciate that then. Okay, we have two big potions. Oh, you've been in the chat before. Okay. Well, I guess you can explain it. But maybe not too much of not too long of an explain, because I feel like it's, I don't know if I can read all of them. Have you had those peanut snack this new year? I'm never really a big fan of peanuts, to be honest. I don't really like peanuts as much. Surprised it didn't caught sore throat. Actually, I'm surprised too, like considering how much keropok and acar, right? You know keropok and acar, right? You combine those two things together, it's like wow. Hai bukan sotong lah walau. Popped in and nearly tied 3 tier in the maybe you can before hitting send. 3 tier in the kobold? Wait a minute. You don't know what? Ah. Are you Chinese ka? Hi. Okay, I take that back, I'm sorry. 3 tiers in the kobold, the 3 kobold in the tier. Look, three kobolds in the Tira happens when we have, let's say, when we have multiple dragons around, so You know what I mean, right? We do need 3 in 1. What do you mean? You need sugar, creamer, and what? You see, I felt done. It is kind of funny though. Hi, Nuclear. Ooh, it's been a while. Welcome. Hope you're doing it. Did I attack? I got. I'm stupid. Hope you're doing good, Nuclear. And I also hope you're doing good, Lexi, even though you felt dumb. It's okay, you're not dumb in my book. Please land a goddamn hit. It's all I ask. Like, gosh diggity dang. Top died. Okay. Nice, this is like the best run ever. I'm landing every hit. I'm landing every hit on the last 2 enemy. Holy shit! Unreal luck right there. I feel kind of sad though, right? Because I feel like back then these stats are fine, right? Like back then, you have these dodge bonus and not escape melee bonus, but escape melee bonus is like kind of a new thing once the full game comes out. Well, not the full game, but early access comes out, and then each point adds 5. I think 5 is fine. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened that makes them make it like 2% per point. Right? I'm not a big fan of that, honestly. Right? Accuracy, maybe I can see that, but even with accuracy, they cap at 95%. Right? And it was like 5 points per, 5% per point, but now it's just 2% per point. And it's like adding these points now, it's so redundant that I just rather add health and food. Maybe that's the intention behind the nerf, but not a big fan. Not a big fan. Doing okay by looking for a bean to curl up and listen to as I eat because it's almost 4 AM. Or well, I don't know if you can curl up to me, but hopefully being here helps a little bit. Love playing INT characters in tabletops, but I'm gonna be honest, INT is my dumb stat in real life. Hey, I'm dumb too. It's... Oh, dump stat? Oh, you dump all your INT. Same. It's okay. He's good. There's a demo. Play the poop out of it. This game? Please play the fuck out of it. And if you can buy this game, because this game is fucking amazing. Even though I've been bitching about this game a lot, but... This game's still fun in my book, okay? Just saying, just saying. And I'm only experiencing suffering because I'm playing on the hardest difficulty this game has to offer. Right, that's 60% now. Maybe a lot of people has been saying that 5% is too much, maybe? I don't know. 99% of the time, I'm the type of gamer who treats a game as
Chapter
a...
2.
Sorry, narrator.
Delving deeper.
Type of gamer who treats a game as the rules that must not be changed. 1% of the time is where devs tell me they need to suggest changes. I mean, I guess most of the time I'm okay with changes. Most of the time. But with this game, I feel like the nerf plus the hardest difficulty makes the
Just
game
buy something already.
impossible to play.
Get lost.
Oh, I do have some food. And I don't think we need Stabby here anymore.
Buy something already. Get lost.
Okay, that's good enough. Oh, hi numbers. Oh my god. Oh, numbers is doing good. Nice. Yeah, thank you, Breen. Look at numbers, holy crap. Amazing Chinook. I got lucky. We couldn't escape melee range. I'm gonna bite you real hard. Gamba? Lucky. It is 60%. But still. I shouldn't wait too much. Brotan 60% 呀？你阿媽幾張可以知嗎？幹這事也可以打中嗎？哦。How much miss was that? 10? Even the slimes are kinda cute. This game is like everything's cute. But my god, what happened there was utterly infuriating. Nice. A cheese is a cheese. Anky kobold noises. Yeah. Nice. They decide not to move again, so I have to engage with no advantage but neutral. Or not. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's really good. It's 7 to 9. Yep. New slashy weapon. It would be nice if I have like another new smashy weapon. Because I need to deal with spooters. Oh. This weapon is not going to be the best if I were to go against spooters. Boop. Oh. Me. Boop. Top right. Boop. Boop. Eat. Top died again. You really want to deal with top, huh? .62 66 accuracy. What a joke. Alright, no food on middle. So middle is now draining health. .66% by the way. Yeah, sure, that's 66. Turns out adding accuracy is not a good idea. If that's a result of 66% accuracy, I'll just rather not add any accuracy points and just add more health for top to survive. Because now this is happening. Am I just bad at managing food? Is that it? I mean, that could be it. Stabby and poison. Okay, I can still slash this thing. Yeah, I'll just try to do slashing, honestly. That smashing weapon 2 to 4 is a little bit way too low damage. I have nothing to go back here. From here going back here, I think my team is going to like... My team of Kobo is going to die from hunger. No, we don't go there. You just go to the next stage. Belly rub numbers? But where's mine though? Very, very nice. Ooh, many health. Shouldn't have done that.
Buy something already.
King's lost horn of hardiness. Wait, is this? This is King Kobold, right? That's a new item. Yeah, this is not Dazzy. This is yeah, this is King's Kobold or King Kobold. Sorry. That's adorable. Smart Court must really be looking for this. Belong to a super cool kobold probably. Looks kind of smelly, not gonna lie. King's a cutie? Yeah. And King's amazing. I don't really get to like interact with his stream as much, sadly. Time zone differences and stuff, I hate it. There's so many people that I want to interact with, but it's just impossible for me to do so. Because of time zones and stuff. It's like, oh. Oh my god, Breaker! Celeste V Breaker, oh, now I feel even bad. Oh no, I mean I didn't join the VR chat session. I'm sorry. Oh. But still, hi Celeste, hi Bretok, hi V. Oh. As is Silver Scale, hi. Oh. Well, I hope the VR chat session, the English hard. I hope the VR chat session was really fun. Minty Coco Arts, hi. Pretty Pink Pine Cone Tail? I know. I know that dragon. Big dragon. Well, welcome in everyone. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do hearts sometimes. Welcome. I kind of feel bad not joining. But I honestly, I do plan on joining next week. Drinking bits for you. Hi, Solar. Yeah, I kind of bailed this week, so I kind of feel bad. I also feel anxious too because it's been like three weeks that I didn't join the VR chat session, so my brain was going places just now. Did I convince you? You did. I genuinely want to join next week's session because I know I said this before, but I want to say this again. That Celeste VR chat group session always makes me feel like very heckin' happy. So even though I'm quiet most of the time, but I really do enjoy it. And also I'm playing a Kobold game. Heck yeah. Playing the best game ever. Wait, there's 2 enemies here. Have you tried S-Lav++? I don't know what that is. I feel like I lost here. Yeah. I had to heal here. All of them dying? Well, yeah. Because I'm playing on the hardest difficulty for no reason. We just need food here. We need food to survive, and this is how I get food. Oh. Please hit. God. Okay, thank you. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just defend and attack again. That was too much of a gamble. Oh. Five dodge chance. This one is 2 and 3. An almost worn out old boot. Why would someone leave this behind? It's like it's got a mouth. The inside is still damp somehow. Smell makes my eyes water. Compliment. 5 points. 5 experience points, huh? 5, 1, 2. Oh, it's only level 3? There's still so many places I haven't explored yet. I feel like the team is gonna die of hunger here. Do I just go straight to the next stage? I guess I can try doing that, yeah. Because the distinct lack of food here is gonna be very bad in the long run. Unicable. But then you're a pretty dragon though. It might not have been a good memory, but for me to me, I remember looking at you trying to hit the golf ball during the mini golf session last month, I think. I don't know if it's appropriate to say that, but adorable. Oh. Trinket, I have 31 shiny. Maybe I can buy something.
Buy something already.
It's a stabby damage though. Metal banana on the stick. Also, back scratcher, multi-purpose fun tool. 8 physical, 8 magical. And bottom. It's top, middle, and bottom. 5 physical and 10 dodge. I don't really want to buy any of these actually. I mean, bottom is dead. No.
Get lost.
The bottom died. This place is actually kind of spooky still. Not good to turn back now. 5 of the 7 secrets. Yeah, I didn't really like explore this entire place because no food and stuff. And then this one is going to be even worse because it's like a arena of enemies here. Oh, nice. Maybe try not to use too much mana here. Hit. Oh, I have no heal anymore. Yeah, I need top to survive here. Okay, top leveled. I ate the glyph. I got lucky. Middle and bottom are starving. Yeah. I don't have anything for them to eat. This feels like death. Means Buddha. Unless every hit hits. Okay. Middle needs to survive. Experience points 372, 406, and 404. It's way too far. It's way too far from like... Oh, of course with this guy right here. This guy is also like... Move once per turn, I think? Still don't know what the weaknesses are. And of course they can do range for the entire screen. I don't think this is gonna hit. I wish I felt comfortable in communities. Yeah, chatting group seems fun. It honestly is, but it's also like it's a long story actually. Oh, that hits. Give me a second. I want to share a little bit of like my previous experiences. Top died. Bottom died. Middle died. One slime kills it all. You'd love to see it. You'd love to see it. Also, we love Sappho.
I was gonna join the VR chat, but I don't think Celeste recognized me in chat. Oh. Well, there's still next time. I think the stream, the VR chat session is a monthly thing. Also, hi G. The sun is shining directly in my face. I'm sweating. I'm gonna go close the curtain. Okay, I'm back. Try once more. I remember funny communities. I just don't feel comfortable in groups bigger than Night Tree. Oh my god, absolutely same. I totally know how you feel about that. This is also like a thing that I really struggle. Bigger than 2, yeah. 4 Kobos in the trench coat. Okay, they both will be alive here still. Okay. We don't use Inferno here for now. Too bad the Kobo started the Trenchcoat special move of ditching the coat and surrounding the enemy to beat them with hammers. Would be adorable though. It's less I'm shy and more it overloads how my brains work. Yeah. Totally, I get how you feel. When there's more people around that's talking all at the same time, then you feel overwhelmed. That's how I felt before. And my previous... There are a few times where I joined a VR chat group many years ago. 6 years ago, I think? 6 or... Yeah, about 5 or 6 years ago that I joined a VR chat session that's like... in a relatively big group, I would say. I think around 10, 15? I don't remember correctly, like, those are... And then in there... Most of them actually is a friend of mine, right? Friend of mine, that we met in Firm. We met there. And then it's like... It...
Even though I know them, right? Even though I know them, it still overwhelms me. Right? It still overwhelms me so much. Because me joining that VR chat group also makes me realize that they know each other way more than they know me, right? And then they were able to like talk to each other in a more more comfortable way, like they can like fuck around and shit. It's hard to say. It's like really a lot of like a lot of 因素. How do I say 因素? Factor. Lots of factor that makes me feel overwhelmed in the VR chat group session. And then it is because of that I left VR chat entirely, because I got too scared and easily overwhelmed when in a VR chat group session. But then it was about like last year, late last year, and then I met Celeste. Yeah, I met Celeste and I started talking to her and then interacting with her chat a little bit. A little bit. And then eventually she invited me to join her VR chat session. It's like, oh god. Like, oh god, right? At first I got really scared, and then I feel like after 6 years or 5 years, around that time of not joining any VR chat session, and then as a kobold now, then I want to meet more dragons and or kobolds in a VR chat session. And then I said, fuck it, let's try joining the VR chat session. And then I joined. The first time, before I joined, I wanted to bail so hard, like like shit, I shouldn't be joining them. Like they know each other way more than know me. And then after saying that sentence to myself, I feel like part of the problem is me, right? When I said that sentence exactly, how can they know me, right? How can they know me if I were to just keep it to myself? But obviously not like, I'm not saying something like just go into a VHS be like, hey, I'm a kobold, fuck me, or like something like that, right? No, not something like that. that would be a little bit too diabolical, I would say. And then I slowly just try to hype myself up, and then and then eventually I opened up VR chat. I remember this interaction. I opened up VR chat, and then I was just standing in my own homeroom. Right? I was just staying in my home, well, in VR chat home, and I was like, oh god, do I want to join? Do I want to join? Maybe I shouldn't join them. And then after a little bit of like fighting against myself in my brain, I receive I hear a jingle like ding ding, and then I saw an invitation from Celeste. It's like, oh fuck, well, I've been spotted. Well, no going back now. And then I joined. I was absolutely terrified. My hands were freezing. And then it's like most of the people over there has like VR headset as well, and it makes the experience even more, makes the character even more like more fluid, right? It's not like stiff, right? And then the models are all like amazing, and then there's me, a fucking dumb kobold over there, right? But then it's like, I saw there were multiple. I saw there were some people who doesn't have headset. That's why it's like, oh yeah, okay. And then when I first joined the session, when I first joined Celeste's session, I accepted the invitation. I got in. I don't know why I'm getting emotional over this, but this is kind of weird. I got into the VR chat session. The first thing I saw was the first thing I saw was Celeste in front of me. and then the first thing she said "Hey, Kobold," she said. "You there?" I was like, "Oh my god." A welcome from a host, right? A welcome from a host immediately over there. It's like it I don't know what it is, but it does make me feel pretty special. So that made me feel very welcomed. It really did. It really did. And then she led me to a room full of people. There were about 10 or more people over there. Lots of dragons, right? Lots of dragons. Like, I should be happy, right? Because as a kobold, I'm seeing so many dragons around me. It's like, oh my god, dragons. But then my first experience over there was just, oh god, there's so many people I want to leave. And yes, I did leave for a little bit. I was running around the place. I was running around the entire place other than just joining that room of people socializing with each other. And then suddenly someone went out of the room and be like, "Hey, where's the kobold?" and then there were multiple people who went out to find me. It's like, oh, I didn't know that. Also, I'm just staring at bottom being so upset. I'm sorry. This is the hardest difficulty. There's no food for them, see? No food for them. So, yeah, it's... And then eventually I joined into the room, and then I was quiet most of the time. But they never once forget about me, you know what I mean? Like, they never forget about me being there. Even though I'm being quiet and not interactive or anything, just staring at them. And then there's like any small activities going on, they'll be like, "Hey, you good?" Right? Like a occasional, "Hey, you want to do this together?" That means a fuck ton, honestly, right? It's like little interactions like that. It's really amazing. It really is. So yeah, so I mean, it's not that I decided to break out my own bubble. That helps as well. Celeste being there and also her communities being there helps me burst out my own bubble as well. They are so fucking nice. They are so fucking nice. They are so welcoming to me. And then eventually we played some like mini games together in the VR chat session. In some VR chat worlds. And I was like, wow, I feel it's a group where I feel like I belong. So that was really amazing, honest. And that's how I got back into VR chat a little bit, a tiny bit. Well, friends that have been trying to help me deal with these anxieties, and the other half outright are contributing to it. Doesn't help those who don't understand mental health are in the side that don't like me. Didn't go too into it, was just voicing an actual well day that seems like a decent social engagement. I get how you feel. And all dragons were nice to you? Yeah, the dragons were very, very nice to me. I thought because they don't know me at all, and then they'll be like, "Ooh, who is this? Who this? Why is this person suddenly here? Hiya!" It's like walao, why this little pink purple thing is here all of a sudden? Also, hi Merp. I'm still scrolling up to like see what chat I'm missing here. So they're not doing that to me at all. And then yeah, they were really nice. I was invited by someone who suddenly let all their friends join and fell like the third wheel on the bike. Yeah, I hate that. Fuck that. Right? That happens to me too, right? That happens to me too. And like, holy shit. There were one instances. It was about like 5 years ago as well. I mean, those were the times during MCO, right? Like COVID, and then everyone was just staying at home playing VR chat. And then I also tried to join in the VR chat hype as well, so I did. And then someone, because I feel like I'm Gucci with most of the people, right? I'm Gucci with the very fandom friends, right? Like Malaysian friends, Singapore friends, and then even like local friends. I'm Gucci with them, but I'm never like the first choice because I'm always solo. I'm like the lone wolf. That's kind of funny to say, but I'm always the one person that's just like do my own thing. I never have a group. I never have a specific group. But there was one time that someone asked me to join the VR chat session, and I was like, "Oh, cool! How many people will be there?" And it's like, yeah, maybe like 3 or 4. They said. I was like, "Oh, cool! Okay, I guess I'll join." And then guess what? Wow, I joined, and then there were like 20 to 30 people over there. And I asked them, didn't you say there were only like 3 or 4 people over there? Oh, nah, I said it to everyone so that I can invite more people. It's like, oh, at least you're being honest, I guess. Like, walao, you just said that. Holy shit. I left. I left. Simply get over VRC using EAC. EAC sucks, but with my PC being like this, EAC isn't EAC like Kang's performance on the game? I don't like EAC as well, but you don't have a headset too? Yeah. But if I'm there with a shitty model, would it help? Hey, shitty or not model, you're a dragon in my book. I'll hug you still. You're not dumb at all. Please don't talk about yourself like that. Sorry, I'll keep in mind. It's just because in my family, I'm always the one that's being degraded, and eventually my speech pattern kind of changed that way. So I'll try to adjust my speech pattern sometimes and not talk down to myself like that as much. My second experience with Chat when you joined. Oh, was nice seeing you there. It's super nice to see. I didn't recognize you the first time I see you now. But then it was like when I added you on Discord, it's like, oh wait, that name, so familiar. And then eventually I know which one are you. Always fuck some with this friends. I typically sell a mute setup. Definitely know that it can cause some to feel anxious though, so I do feel conflicted about this. Oh, like being muted all the time and then just staring. I guess that's a thing. My voice. It feels so weird to say this, like because I'm streaming here, and then I'm just yapping forever here. But holy shit, do I hate my fucking voice. I hate it when I hear my own voice like, shut the fuck up, me. But a lot of people seem to like my voice, so I also feel appreciated about that as well. Like I feel grateful. So they also help me get over my own hate towards my own voice as well. Also, hope you're doing rotastic, Merp. I saw my leg and I kind of feel my foot. Fuck. Is your foot okay? Now it explodes in pins and needles. No. That's annoying. I'll leave too if someone told me that. Yeah, it's so fucking shitty. The problem is EAC is from Epic and their CEO is the worst. Oh, from Epic? Oh fuck. I mean, I guess I can look over that because I get to join Celeste via chat group. I mean, I have to look over the EAC. I show with my little low poly model. I don't have a low poly model. I feel like my model is like very ill optimized. I hope it doesn't crash people's PC. Is it just a tube with 3 polygons stretched and 2 more polygons stretched for arms? It's my stream model. Oh, that one looks really good. You were the first that pet my Dirk. I've been told by Brekkie that I can use my camera to move my hands, and it's like, ooh, very cool. So I'm glad to be the first. Touching dragon. It's a low poly that's high fidelity ultra HD 4K 800 FPS super resolution HDR model. 你要锁匙？你要去哪里？诶？哦，哦，也可以，也可以。哦，连别扎也不能用啊，别扎也不能够用啊。啊，把招摆就不能吗？Low poly. The bigger reason for my anxiety leading to the girl upper limit is despite being mute, my anxiety is tied to being unable to communicate. So I can be very talkative even when I don't want to. It's easier for me to be silent in smaller groups. Well, I guess that's a lot of people's like anxiety problems. I feel like I can really relate to that. Wait, let me read that again. Anxiety is tied to being unable to communicate even when I don't want to. Very talkative even when I don't want to. Oh. I mean, I guess I got lucky with my like in real life mid-school friends that sometimes we can just vibe and not talk in each other's presence. Needs to be lower. Hey, my own voice, I don't even have any dysphoria about it. Very rotastic? Nice, good to know. It was good to me, but I completely get the not liking one on's voice. My voice just sucks, it doesn't sound like me, I want to sound deeper. Oh my god, wait, Ixon. I just think your voice is dragon. Maybe I'm biased, right? But to me, that's Ixon, right? To me, that's Ixon. And oh my god, that phrase though. I want to sound deeper. Wow. I think it was, oh shit. God, it was like mid-school phase, right? On mid-school, I was used to watch Tianlong's stream on midnight 3 or early morning 3 a.m. And then I don't know if you guys know what Tianlong sounds like, but I always wanted to sound like that. And then I tried to push my voice so deep that at one point I kind of hurt myself because I don't know how to do it properly. And then eventually I told myself, okay, maybe that's not for me, I don't know. I cannot have deep voice, hi. I kind of want to model a silly character and use for VR chat. Yeah, like a silly low poly model that looks like Dum Dum. Wait, there is this low poly Kobold model that I saw on the VR chat world character model browser thing. Wait, that was very heckin' adorable. Maybe I can try to do something like that. But I want to make my own model as well. I don't know, but a silly character and use it for VR chat sounds very heckin' adorable. I should clarify, I take medication to stop me from over-talking, and even then, it's still way too easy for me to overshare by accident. My ideal voice is something like Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime? Who? Wait, I should probably look up who Optimus Prime is. Okay, let me Google image search. Optimus Prime. It's a robot. Asa wants to sound like a robot but not a dragon? You don't know Optimus Prime? What the heck? Might have different name in the Japanese version. I don't know. Optimus Prime's a big ass mech. Never look into it. That can become a truck. Ooh. And then just Singapore used Japanese name, just a guess. I don't know. You tell me that you never watch Transformers? I heard of Transformers, but I never watched them. I guess they are not really my thing since there's no dragons involved. The Kobo with the Transformers never watched Transformers. Okay, I never watched Transform because they doesn't have dragons involved. There's no dragon. Convoy? Convoy is Optimus Prime? I'm gonna go eat breakfast and watch this TV with my cat. Heck yeah, have a good breakfast. And also pet kitty. That's where you're wrong, like actually. Like the Transformers doesn't have dragon part is wrong. There's a kind of Transformers that's got dinosaurs. Ooh. But they're still mechs, right? My vehicle autistic brain requires you to watch at least the first movie at some point and soon. But I'm not really but I don't really watch movies as much. I don't know. That makes me the dinosaur mechs. Oh. What? Transformer Optimus Prime vinyl sticker is 12 ringgit? 你阿妈几张可以出钱啊，手嗨真的是。Ton of silly weird ideas. It's been long running. You lost me, is it? Haven't watched any of those movies either. Hey, me and Brecky. It's weird that I don't really watch as much movies, if at all. Wait, lucky. Gonna find an adequate voice line and share with Kobo. Oh, which Optimus Prime is your favorite voice? They're saying, oh, watch all the movies, some of them suck, but the first one was good. Oh yeah, you never told me to watch the entire movie. But I'm also just saying that I'm not really a fan of watching movies. Because it's like, usually when I have the time for myself, I'll pretty much just kind of play games when I can. I know it's dumb, it's very dumb, I get it, but I'm the weird one. Like, people love to watch movies, and then there's me who doesn't really like to watch movies. Oh, that's the wrong weapon. Oh, that's food. Top has to survive here, I think. I don't like the live action movies, honestly, but it's worth recommending. I just don't really watch movies in general. If I watch movies or shows, I have them going on the side. Oh, like the second monitor kind of thing, no? Never watch movies or shows or listen to music. Whoa. Never watch the shows. The movies have much better transformation animations. If my day was as quiet as yours, I would cry. Oh. I play way too much games. That is the wrong. Oh, Mido died. No. Oh. God damn it! Oh, you fucking die, Mido. Hiya, die already. Macam mana saya tak boleh menang. They're not silent, they're screaming children and city noises. I wish I lived in silence. I'm watching my second monitor while fishing in VRC. Oh, new combos are all sad. Yeah. Because I'm playing on the hardest difficulty and it's impossible. Have you tried the fighting game S-Love? I still don't know what that is. In love when I was in Norway and actually had silence. Ooh. That's a spooter. And a spooter behind, I think. Bottom is gonna die from hunger. Bottom died. One more try. It's a passion project by a Japanese developer that feels like what you would get if pre-Strife, Guilty Gear and SNK mechanics had a baby. Pre-Strife? Even when you're far away from city and highways, there's still the constant sound of wildlife. It's enjoyable, nice though, especially if you're near a river. Ooh. Wildlife? Ooh. Wait, definitely on the hardest difficulty? That's not the cost free, it's the devs online name. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm playing on the hardest difficulty. Okay. There was so much strife, there were sirens every 2 minutes. That's actually so scary. Cardboard box. And this is good. 3 to 5 stabby, 2 to 7 slasher. 5 physical defense. Burny weakness is really bad. Everything's fire here, so makes hunger. Boom. Okay. How possible is it to avoid encounters and rush the ending? Just curious, and I figured you would know the answer. Funny enough, I won't. I don't know the answer. Because I've always been the person to just fucking kill everything and try not to avoid fights as much as possible. Some might say me like weird because I don't avoid fights and stuff. And I'm trying to like avoid as much as possible. Ooh. One stat point, 15 health. Oh my god. I'm not adding accuracy bonuses anymore, they suck. Like, I had 66 accuracy, that's like as much points as possible into the points, and I'm still getting like misses everywhere. Right, we got cheese, we got bubble wrap armor. Ooh, that's a really strong armor, holy shit. Nummy shoes, consume the nummy leather. I'm purple vine. Do not consume the leather. But I have to consume because it's food. I try to store as much food as possible. Because starting from second stage, the stage suddenly becomes like 2 times the usual size, so... No, fight them. That is so stupid. What I do? Oh, they move. Ow. Ow. I love how the shopkeeper just vibing watching you. Yeah. That's a cool shopkeeper right there. Also, hi Sri. I'm gonna die here. Wee. Goblins respect money, especially shopkeepers. They're willing to overlook your race to make more of it. That helps. Hub 3 is doing good. I still don't like feeding... I'm feeding broken bottle for the kobolds. We watched Tira BBQ the other goblins. If you're playing here, they don't even need to speak the same language. And also that goblin wasn't going to shout, so why worry? Sleepy but okay. Oh, Eepy good. I like Eepy. Dodge being 2% is also like, ugh. Do I even need to fight the mimic?
Just myself go ready.
I think I kinda do.
Get lost.
Or maybe not actually. I'll skip the mimic. Yeah, the male. Even the description says, the flavor text says that the best joke in the game, please laugh, yeah. As a former MMO addict, sometimes I'll kill for 2% more dodge, but I don't know how that translates here. 2% is like a joke. Even back then, it was 5% per point, it's a joke. Is that a moldy brand? If this is a hardest difficulty thing, they should have specified. Like, they will always have the advantage of me. God damn it. Good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. Nice. Oh, hi Shredder. It has been a long time. Hope you've been well. Sometimes we want to test doing a dodge build in hardcore, like the hardest difficulty. I guess you could try. Have you ever watched Don Hertzfeld's animations? That's when it came to mind in that moment. Can't say that I have, no. Fresh cool guy's hat. Plus 15 food weight. Ooh. Three, 5. Yeah, that's better. And Solar has so many licks. Where's the skeleton here? What the heck? Oh, that makes sense. Did you just hit twice in a row, you fuck? Doing okay for the most part? Well, I'm glad for the most part you're doing okay. Sexy shoes is good. Yeah, I'm keeping the sexy shoes. 52, 52, 52. Wisdom teeth was a specific short by him. Don't worry about looking at them, just wanted to say in case someone was curious what I meant. Oh. Firebolt? I'm not gonna use that. Yum yum yum.
Just buy something right
I only have 5 shinies. Oi! Nyamaki-chan, why did that scare me? I'm dead! Two. Two! Oh, nearly. I'm not dodging every single hit. I'm getting hit every time. Brotan, that's not fair. My god. I think there was one. Plus 10 food were eaten. Yeah, the 56, 46, you can eat that. Eats bottom? What? No, why are you eating bottom? Four. 5, 6, 6 misses and I got the lowest damage. Yeah, 50%, right? I can't help but feel that 50% is a lie. Yeah. There's money, there's a key here for that shiv. That shiv could be good for this map, I think. Oh, I messed up. Hey. I guess I can just use this one for now. I mean, why not, right? Since I feel like the first stage has no resistance towards... No resistance towards stabbing? Oh, okay, Mimic is no stabby, okay. Okay, so yeah, first stage stabby is fine. Hi, Metal. It Kobold. Four. I have to count it. Wait. Lucky. Oh. Well, at least there's one free potion here. And then there's one mage here? Yeah. Move. Back. Stop. Move. Stop. Move. Stop. Stop. Wait. Wait. Move. Stop. Move. Stop. Move. Stop. Move. Stop. There we go. It doesn't help if I cannot land a hit. Thank you very much. Your bottom's dead. Goblin Shift of Measure. Plus 2 minimum physical damage. 6 to 7 damage? Holy shit. 1 max physical damage. I mean, 6 to 7 stabby is huge. I'm changing. I need Slashy for the next stage. Also, hi again, Nako. Oh, that's some food. How are you working with Bottom dead? I mean, Bottom only fainted. I don't think they're dead. But still, I don't know. Oh, I'm getting... Uh-oh, I'm dead. It would be nice if I can lend a hit. That was a bad positioning by me. Middle's dead. Ah, your way. Just go for the next run. I don't need to kill everything. I mean, there's nothing here as well. Yeah. Bottom's getting so bullied this run. I mean, everyone's getting bullied every run with the hardest difficulty. Hungry Kobo faces? I mean, I'm trying my hardest, but there's just no food. Nice misses. GG. I cannot let this one dead. Bottom's dead. Dang. Well, at least I got one stinky cheese, that's something. The hunger drain plus everything else is just a little bit too much, I feel like. Unless there actually is a secret on this level that can make the run a lot easier.
Buy something already.
I'm surprised Small Dog is also 5 shinies. I mean, I can cheat here. This is not supposed to happen, by the way. It's a bug. Picks Kobo and takes to bed as plushie. Oh, heck yes, Nuggle. And then I got praised. Oh my god. Have good EP, Solar.
Get lost.
Right, thank goodness for ducks. Oh, God damn it, I didn't see that. That was my bad. Oh no. No, I cannot be impatient and be reckless like that. See this one again, now I'm missing every hit. I'm actually missing every hit. Holy shit. 50%, am I right? Ooh. Okay, we got a good smashy weapon. Life experience when eaten. 10 physical and dodge. 10 physical and dodge. Yeah, I'll just eat this one. Although, how does it look? Cute. I love the color. So bold, so bright. Actually kinda hard to look at. Kinda rubbery. Would be good in the rain. Oh, it's a raincoat. No, it's a windbreaker trench coat. Is it a raincoat? I don't know. There's no need for stabby weapons here. How did I get 3 from a 2 to 7 slashy damage? Did I just hit for 1.5? Okay, bonk. 1 coin. Oh, 5 coins. Okay, that's not bad. Oh, oh my god, Tikaka. Hello. It's been a while, Tikaka. Welcome, welcome. Damn, I feel smashy, I think. Yeah, smashy. I don't know how I survived that. Nice. It has been very EP lately. Oh, yeah. EP feels great. Ooh, rusty chainmail. Really heavy? Real metal? Did we mention heavy? This chainmail is brown and full of holes. And dodge chance though. I'll take it. Wait, top died? How? Kobo is already in my bed as a plushie? Oh wait, that's true. Maybe I can do a shadow clone jutsu so that there's 2 kobolds plushie. Gonna get doing chores, but I want to drop a lyric. Oh, thank you, Tikaka. Good luck with chores. Always appreciate lurks. Yeah, the key is way too far. If there's not too harsh of a hunger drain, using the key to get money would be, like, valid. What? GG. Oh, they're trolling. So the AI changes on the hardest difficulty, I assume? Because I never had this problem before when I play the game, but now it does. I don't even know if it's a problem or it's like a change of AI. Uh-oh. 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 It's not worth to go use the key. It's too much of a backtrack. I have 10 shinies, what can I buy?
Buy something already.
Nothing, apparently.
Get lost.
Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna lose here, actually. Because of this guy. Oh, I did what I could. It's actually impossible to win a hardest difficulty run. I mean, just the accuracy alone is enough to, like, make the hardest difficulty impossible. And then there's still this extreme hunger rate drain that I tried, like, 4 or 5 runs, there's just no chance. There's 0 chance of winning a impossible run. 0. Unless you get really lucky with both loot and the attack. Because even if I had like 68% accuracy, I just miss every hit, so. Well, it was worth a shot. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Yes, that Kobold. Still wanna try, not because I don't trust you, but like I said earlier, I want to try and push the game best I can. I mean, sure, you can definitely go do that, right? And if you can beat the game and its hardest difficulty, then you can just like come here and say skill issue to my face, definitely, right? But as much as I try to like win or try to get through to chapter 3 on the hardest difficulty, I just don't see there's a way. I just don't see there's a way of winning that. Like as cautious as I can, I am going to die of hunger anyway. You know what I mean? The amount of loot is low, right? I think the low amount of loot is fine. I think the hunger drain is the huge issue here. I feel like it might be a little bit of overkill. The hunger drain is a little bit of the overkill. Everything we're better play at the moment. If I clear it, it'll be thanks purely to luck. I don't think I'm better though. The way I'm rushing seems to be good for hunger, but I'm bleeding life because of my inexperience. I think there's to be a balanced gameplay wise, but it's hard to search the solution. I don't know. I mean, it is the hardest difficulty for a reason, but still, right? I think having low loot rate, plus high hunger, yeah, low loot rate and high hunger consumption doesn't feel like the way to do it. Did it just wait for a moment? Oh, it did. Right, it's on the one. Yeah, there's no way. Right? Enemies being this tough is normal, right? I would say it's actually pretty normal. It's the hunger drain rate that makes me lose unreasonable health. It's a little bit of a right? I'm not too sure. Oh, Kianix? trying to skip chasing as much as I can, trying to plus move them where I can. Hi Kianix. Hi Crazy Keyboard. Ready for the Lion Pride? Heck yeah, hi Kianix. What were you playing? Genie? I don't think I heard of the game. Oh, maybe I do. Have I? It's Mewgenix, right? Oh, hopefully it was fun. Heck yeah, thanks for the raid. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope stream was good. How's the game? I'm doing pretty okay. I'm still trying to like get past the hardest difficulty, but after trying it like 5 times, I think, I don't see a way to do it. But I guess I can try again. I mean, I don't feel like I want to stop for now. Well, since there's a raid going on, let's watch this together. Because it's the best game ever.
The adventure begins. Once upon a time, there were 3 kobolds who were very hungry and very, very bored. And while raiding the tavern bins for the very best eats in town, they overheard something interesting.
The perfect bolts.
A group of adventurers were talking about how great their last dungeon adventure had gone. It sounded very exciting, especially when they heard, "That's how we can afford all this great food. Honestly, the dungeon is so easy that even the smallest adventurer could come away rich enough to live like this." The smallest of adventurers? How about 3 of them?
Gosh, the kobolds are just so perfect. No bias here, right? They are just perfect. No bias. Don't worry about it. Alright, here we go. 6th try, I think. Okay, we got early smashy damage. That's pretty good. Yeah, they're amazing. Consumes every kobold ever existing. Jade, I'll bite you. I'll bite Jade. No eating every kobold in the ever existing. No. Bad. Bad. No. Kobold good. Wait, that means I'm gonna get eaten too. But I don't want that. Hi, Chip. Oh my god, hi, Chip. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. One secret. I love this new addition to the game. Oh my god, early kobold maze. Miscalculated the distance. I am just hacking EP. Hope you're doing well. No, EP sounds good. I feel very eepy yesterday. Probably because I had minor food poisoning. But I'm okay now. I slept for 11 hours yesterday. It felt nice. Learn to get noms that isn't Q Kobo, but no Kobo, but hope you're gonna get good noms, Kianix. Thanks again for the raid. Oh no, I'm okay, I'm okay. Kobo needs to play RE9 to final food poison. Is that the Resident Evil requirement that I've seen everyone playing it right now? Requirement? What a name. Can't even pronounce that properly. It's probably gonna cost like 300 money, no? Requiem? Requiem? The one with Grace... Grace fucking Pussy Ashcroft and Leon the biggest chat in his 50s as Kennedy. God, I love Leon Kennedy. Leon is the best. Wait, I need to hide my screen though. It's 240. And I'm pretty sure my PC cannot handle this game. It's similar to Left 4 Dead and similar to World War Z? Really? Is it gonna be a horde shooter? Like, it's in a horde shooter? Holy shit, no way. That was a very short trailer. It's similar cause Zombie? I guess there are many other zombie games out there. But to compare, to say similar to Left 4 Dead and World War Z is a little bit like... It gave me like a impression of this is a horde shooter game. And of course a horror experience. Similar to the games you personally played. I want to check. 7. What is this similar to? No games I played. It's similar to no games I played. Ah, I'm surprised. Wow. Not compared to Steam's library. How about Village? How is Resident Evil Village not similar to Resident Evil Biohazard, huh? Well, that's weird. It's okay. Right flop clip. That's 4 misses. At this point, I'm not surprised anymore. Biohazard is a Japanese name for the series, but Biohazard by itself belongs to a movie, so they couldn't name it that in the States, if I remember correctly. Resident Evil Biohazard? So they just call it Resident Evil 7? Ooh, lucky. Oh, no mana. Shit, I couldn't wait too long too because hunger drain. Open win. I'm gonna pour a whole cauldron full of mana right on top. Hey Jay. Hey Jay, can you do that to me instead? I would love a mouthful of mana. I mean, it's mana, right? So, the top is the one that needs mana right now. It's okay, I need mana too. I need mana for things. Yeah. for things that requires mana. Yeah. Oh. 4 misses. The game is a ton of fun, even my failures are enjoyable. I guess you were heavily enjoying the game. Yeah, I mean, that plus the game is fully just about kobolds and shit. I love this game to bits. And yeah, this game pissed me off sometimes, but hey, that's like the nature of games, I guess. The game is fun as hell still. I think I understand the game slightly more, and while I do think dodge helped, I definitely made too much mistakes. Yeah, I mean, I guess I still make mistakes, question mark, but I don't know how to... I don't know what the mistakes could be. Eat the mess. Delicious mess. I have a mace. I think I can win against that mimic. Well, everyone's gonna take a hit here. Ooh, lucky. Nice.
Buy something already.
Poison damage. I still don't know what is like afraid of poison here. Resistance to poison. Your weakness is poison? You're fucking lying. I used a poison weapon on you. It's not even a yellow number. You lie. What the fuck? I had a... Oh, is it because it's resistant? It's not resistance to stabby? I had a tiny spear And then the tiny spear changes the damage to poison damage. That should be disguise weakness, but I still did white damage instead of yellow. What? No way. That's fucked up. I had the right call too. It should not cancel out because Tiny Spear originally does stabby. It's not resistant to stabby. And even if it's resistant to stabby, it already overrides the damage to poison damage. As far as I know anyway, so yeah, that's not right. No. Smashy and Burny. $70. Yeah, you can eat the footballs. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to double check most of the time. All the time, actually. Oh, fuck. Right, I forgot to just do that. I forgot they sometimes can decide to be a bitch and not move like that. Well, that's a nice trade. Thanks for the potion.
Buy something already.
Get lost.
Ah, Dinos. 5 max HP for you. Oh, does it not stack? It doesn't stack. Cool. Oh, maybe it counts as the same equipment. That's why they don't stack. Yeah, that's kind of weird, but okay. Most of the time feels more accurate. That's fair. More all the time can be tedious. +4 escape melee chance. That's not really useful, I feel like. Can we bite the shopkeep? Yes. Please bite the shopkeep. Because they sell things so expensive.
Get lost.
Right, my mom's arriving soon for a visit, so I'm gonna lurk and wish you a fun stream. Thank you, Chip. And hope you have fun with mom's visit as well. I hope that doesn't sound weird. But still, heck yeah. Based on the pushing the see the limits our first turn. I didn't see that. You went to the place in KL I sent you? I have not been to KL for the past month. Or the longest time actually. KL expensive. But if I get a chance to, I'll definitely visit that place. That place looks so good. Infinite rice, huge chunk of meat, and more meat. More meat, infinite meat. That place looks like such a banger to like have a meal. One last question before I sleep. One of your top 3 fighting games. Is it weird that I choose my favorite fighting game by being angry at them the most? If so, my favorite fighting game top 3. Tekken 8, right? Tekken 8 definitely number 1 still, because Heihachi, I love Heihachi. Killer Instinct, thank you Jade. Killer Instinct because Richter. Richter can destroy me, very nice. The third one would be... Ooh, what would the third one be? This is very weird to say, but I feel like my third one would be Dam's Fighting Hurts. I know I shit on the game a lot, but the game is like I know I shit on the length of combos in the game, right? And then it's like it's kind of fun to do cool shit in Dam's Fighting Hurts, honestly. So was good? Yeah, it was good. It was good. Eventually it got abandoned, and then the game become like a mess of an optimization issue. My PC cannot even like my PC cannot even handle the game anymore, so that's kind of funny. I'll use this one still. A handle I no longer use is in the credits. Oh. Mostly want a Mugen style fighting game but with rivals characters, just because I'm dog shit at platform fighters, but Orkane is still the best boy. Orkane is still the best boy. Well, Eliana is the best in everything, so look, I'm being serious here. If Rivals of Aether 2 has Eliana in the game, I would buy the game immediately. I would, I totally would. I want Eliana. Where's Dixia? Yeah, exactly. Where's the Schneck? Huh? I wanna know, I cannot talk about that beyond that, so what's your fourth and fifth favorite? Ooh. That's a tough one.第四个跟第五个的话，我还要玩什么打架 game 哦？Mortal Kombat is not as fun as I thought. Street Fighter X Tekken is kind of fun. I like Street Fighter X Tekken. I used to play a lot on my sister's PS Vita. Used to. But not anymore. I hated Street Fighter 6 because it's so boring. One more, so fourth one will be Street Fighter X Tekken, I'm pretty sure. I guess I can put Rivals of Aether in the fifth, even though I don't get to play as much, but even the offline mode when I play Rivals of Aether 1, it was very enjoyable. Do I shout out Tsunabi? Is she here? Hey, I haven't seen her in a long time. She's always been like busy with her work at check. I don't think they were mentioned. Were they? I don't remember. I wish you can get the game. I wanted to grab it because the community put rollback and it was impossible to legally get Street for next Tekken after too long. Yeah, that's sad. When you were asking for top 10, I'm trying to find a game overlap that is obnoxious. Ooh, top 10. Alright, let's look at this together then. I want to see if there's any other like fighting games that I play here, alright? Because I don't think I played that much fighting games, to be honest. I haven't played a fighting game in a long time, honestly. Like, this game pissed me off so much, but god damn it, I love Tekken 8. I play Tekken months. Once per month. Wow, there's no fighting games at all that I played, holy shit. I guess I don't play as much fighting games, holy shit. I'm kinda surprised, I thought I played a lot. Ooh, wait. They optimized the game. Maybe I could play Forever Winter again. Call myself out, I know I do. Did you play Guiltiest of Gears? I may or may not have access to every version of From Missing Link to Strife and everything in between except Slash and the Pachinko game. Guilty Gear pissed me off too much, so I didn't play it. I remember playing Giovanna on Guilty Gear Strife. And then every single Ramblethal beat me up and I fucking hate the game after that. It's just like when I'm Giovanna and then I'm fighting against a Ramblethal, they do all the sword move that does full screen and I was like, oh yeah, fun, hell yeah. So yeah, I never playing that again. I guess I don't play fighting games anymore. I mean, Dead or Alive 6 I play a little bit, so I only play like, what, 4 hours? I don't really play this at all. It's a demo anyway as well, so... Or like, I don't have the full access of the game. Then whoa. I'm making drum noises. Hiya. Ting 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 ting. Ram was top 3 for the entirety of the game, so I really got too touched after a while. Doesn't help they kept removing changing a tool to beat the matchup. She does still have tools, but I don't like it. Yeah, well, I don't play the game as much to know like what everyone's placement is, or like how strong everyone is. Unlike in Tekken, that I can sort of like grab. I can sort of like grab everyone's like weaknesses and strength in Tekken 8, or in Tekken in general. And then in Strife, it's just like, oh yeah, everyone doing their own thing, yeah, sure. And then Ramlethal doing her own thing just destroys everyone. It's like, yeah, fuck. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Fusies? Oh, I play Fusies. This is... I actually want to put this in. I never get to play online this game, but holy shit, Fusies is way better than Street Fighter. Underworld Dragon finds Crystal and make noises immediately distracted. I was arguing for against experience, sharing want to know. Yeah, understandable. She's a Xiaoyu of Tekken. Fuck Xiaoyu, man. God damn it. And then I'm gonna play sometimes. Gonna suck and play. Make some set play. I don't know what the set play. Oh, is it like a setup? Mostly like frame traps and setups. Oh, how can I forget about this? Dolagon Fighters. Oh, Oki Loop. Oh, Oki Loop only works on a 2D fighting game. In 3D, I mean, in Tekken, I don't think there's much Oki Loop. I mean, sure, if you are playing Kazuya, then you just wave into Hell's Whip. Or fucking Petricide Fist, then yeah, that could be an Oki Loop. Yeah, 3D Oki situation is very rare and very situational. Very situational. Usually for Tekken, they always have like a choice to options select most of the offense that people has. So yeah, you should get Sparking 0. What is Sparking 0? Killing Instinct is fucking great. Tekken 7 is shit, but I still like Tekken 7. Tekken 7 is loading the game. I hate this game. I'm sure a lot of people enjoy this game, but my god. Tekken 7 is shit. Almost. Did I play 800 hours? Oh fuck. No, this game's shit. Look, I'm telling you 800 hours. At least 600 hours are loading times, I'm telling you. This game's shit. It's just loading. It's just loading constantly. Nah, it's bad. Ooh, how can I forget about this? Wait. Oh, King of Fighters is good because there's King of Dinosaurs. I don't care about the other characters. Let's just play Insaniquarium. Oh, Insaniquarium is fucking great. Insaniquarium is like... Where's Insaniquarium? Where's my Insaniquarium? Break the mouse, the simulator. Will someone date me? What's the creepiest fucking shit in the room in the game for me? Oh fuck. In the mod Zaipatsu community? In Discord? Oh, that's fucked up. Ew, fuck. I'm sorry. They said a situation to ban me, admitted this, and then asked me. I found the Insaniquarium. Also, that's... I mean, just... I would let them ban and then just leave and block and never interact with them ever again. Like, holy fucking shit. And this was after I was helping the community all the time. Damn. Delete angels with scanning wings. You've 10,000% it. Deleted. No, it's a dragon game. Oh, Nidia is fine. That must have been Sappho typing. Yeah, it ruined Taken. I don't blame you at all. That shit suck. That shit is like so fucked up. It could be criminal. Yeah, it's Sappho. Sappho adorable. We love you, Sappho. See, best game ever. Play this game right now. Wait, I forgot about this game! Rainbow Core Hypernova! This game is fucking amazing. Every single sound effect is made from mouth and mouth only. Even the music is so hype. Holy shit, this game is fucking great. I think this game is also free, so yeah, if you want to give it a try. I blame Reggie for introducing me this game. There it is, Them's Funny Hurts. What a sad state this game has been. Like, ever since the Ice Papa character comes out. Yeah, ever since this guy comes out, this guy. The game is like holy fuck, right? Optimization issue worse than Monster Hunter Wilds when there's two eyes going on. Where there's two eyes going on and then the game just doesn't work anymore. It's like, oh. Well, how am I gonna talk about it? I'm still under NDA despite the company going under. What's NDA? Can't do shit about it until they lose the LLC and go bankrupt. Oh. So Lexi is like one of the devs of this game, question mark? Well, sorry for shitting your game, but sorry for shitting on your game, but it's just how I feel. I should apologize to all the devs because I shit on so many games actually. Ooh, dragon game. Okay, this is Dragon Saga with no dragons. Fuck this game. Anyway. Oh my god, I forgot about this game. What? I never played it. Uh-oh. It's already on my favorites. What? Ooh, hi Narix. Oh my god, Tekken. There it is, Guilty Gear Strive. What the fuck? I keep on typing stuff I cannot share, so I'm just shut up about it, by the way. I blame you for getting me and my boyfriend to download Rainbow. You are very welcome, Jade. Play Rainbow Core Hypernova, it's so good. It looks very yummy hustle. Yeah, it kinda is, but it's just actually just a fighting game. Look up Crushing Force, but no video stream showing it. Is it not safe for work? No results. There's no result. Is it not on Steam? Very. Oh, it's on Itch. Oh, okay. I guess I'll go to Google about it. Hyper fighting game? Hyper? Crushing Force on Itch. Get ready to crush your opponents with force, featuring all kinds of body shapes and... Oh, that's... I didn't expect to see that. What? Is there dragons in there? Come on, tell me there's dragon. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it on stream. I'm not afraid. Aw, I mean, there's like this character creation thing. Oh, not character creation, sorry, character selection screen. I don't think I've seen any dragons here. Unfortunate. I know a couple of people from that character list. Really? I'm not into that level of hyper. Still curious though. I'm never really into hyper. Well, if this is anyone's cup of tea, well, hey, that's fine, right? No kink shaming here, right? It's just it's kind of shocking for me to look at this the first time, but hey, no judging from me, yeah. If you enjoy this game, go play. More power to you. You're a dark, hyper, and car should be in your blood. I'm a kobold, excuse you. Want to play one of Pixie characters? I'm a kobold, it's different than dragons. Looking at all the stuff is like being flashbanged. Then you move on if it's not your thing. Yeah. It's like, oh my eyes, and then you move on. You don't have to like make a problem about it, yeah? 100%, I have no problem playing it, just not something I'm gonna immediately grab. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. It feels very niche, this one. Very niche. Like a niche audience. Holy, turn down the treason for MVC tree. Madden just played this game. What? Only turn down a treason for MVC tree. Madden just played the game. Wooly is a big funny game streamer. Oh. Turn down a treason for MVC tree. Only turn on a three-way match of MVC tree to play Crushing Force. That okay, that's very funny. You know, good on them, fuck yeah. Right? Play what you like. Play what you like. I say, play what you like. Fuck yeah, more power to you. I used to be a bigger fan, but I'm mostly taking a break from MGC communities. I don't really interact with any communities, I'm just keeping it for myself, honestly. Ooh. Oh, the content warning. Yeah, that's not my thing. But you're in VC3? Hey, you're in VC3 is great, but... Hey, they like Crushing Force. Right? Don't say they're into it, but they still gave it a shot because fighting games? Yeah. We have 10-star Zor and Gokumazio. 10-star Zoshia and Gokumazios? Oh my god, really? Oh my god. Oi, I didn't see that. You're welcome, Jay. Oh my god. I see Rainbow Core Hypernova. I want to play King with 15, but the netcode when I was being done with the game frustrated me way too much. Same. It wasn't just the netcode. The matchmaking took me, like, I shit you not, the second stream that I played King of Fighters 15 on stream, 6 hours I played 3 matches. Yeah, I'm not lying. Mm-hmm. 5, 6, 7. Oh, 6. Okay. 2, 3. Okay, 2. Wow, my kobolds died. Thank you, game. I'm actually pissed. Brotan. you know what happens there? That one is like, even if I killed that thing, right? I already spent so much time whiffing an enemy, and my kobolds are hungry after that. And then in comes the problem. I'm hungry, but I cannot kill anything. And then even if I kill that thing, I don't get any loot, and then I cannot eat anything. So it's like, right? That's why I mentioned that's why I mentioned the hunger drain might be a little bit too much. It's a shame because the rollback was finally implemented. They have rollback now? And now they caused the game to crash on launch. That was my last straw. Died. Then when explode escape melee strat, I guess. Had rollback. It was the first modern SNK game of it, but SNK shake head emoji. SM hatch my head. Oh, I saw that email on Twitter, I think. Holy shit, that's so good. Look at the cool dot dancing. Oh my god, it's so good. I think I did, yeah. Let me double check. Winter Fury's rollback is so much better, but the game has issues outside of the game, which is even more frustrating than the game being problematic outside of the game. I'm going to Twitter now. Yeah, I found your Twitter. What hero do I play in Dota? I don't know, Link. I don't know the names of like the Dota hero. I guess I only know Jakiro and Winter Wyvern for obvious reasons. Jakiro. I shouldn't have done that. Ooh, one shot. Okay. Wait. Ichi. Yeah, I should have left. Oh, oops. That was my bad. Saudi money backing it. Ronaldo has a sketchy history that I'll leave it at that. No one understood why the DJ character got in other than the prince liked him. Stupidly expensive advertisement campaign that failed, and then they dropped an AI trailer which pissed off the FGC entirely. I'm sure I missed many parts of the sad outside of the game history, but the fact that the game was built off Saudi money is enough to draw people away. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Saudi money, to be honest. But the AI though? Fuck that shit. I'm not touching SNK anymore. I mean, because of AI, I don't even drink cola anymore. Cola sucks. Pepsi good. The worst part is that very likely the devs were not into it, but it doesn't matter because the executives do what they feel draws people in and the game suffers for it. Well, unfortunate, but it is what it is, you know? Alright, second chapter, here I come.
Chapter 2.
Chapter 2.
Delving deeper. With the treasure room empty except for a few shiny copper coins,
So cute.
it became obvious to our intrepid trio that they hadn't reached the bottom of the dungeon yet. Spotting a hole in the back wall, they decided to press onwards. Appetites for adventure almost as strong as their, well, appetites.
Appetites.
Unbeknownst to them, however, they were off of the beaten path and moving slowly into an old dwarven mine, long since abandoned, and into real adventurer territory. Oh no. So, with brave hearts and rumbling bellies, the kobolds stepped forth into the unknown, so intent on the riches that awaited them that they didn't pay attention to the way the tunnel creaked above their heads and then collapsed behind them.
Oh. Game is amazing in opinion, but I genuinely kind of just my suggesting people play it. Like how I am telling people to play this game. I guess that is a fair point. I am kind of pushing this game quite a bit. But of course, people can still be like,
Buy something already.
no, that doesn't need to
Get lost.
play this game because of me.
Buy something already.
Cool Duck of Fasting. Yeah, it's small duck again. Small duck for the win. I'm gonna go to dinner now. Take care to your end, folks. Have a good dinner, Zuri. You should probably go get dinner soon as well. I'll get 2 chicken leg.
Get lost.
Oh, did I eat my own helmet? Oops. I didn't mean to eat the helmet. I'm stupid. I mostly mean when I talk about Fatal Fury, I need to warn people about A Fatal Fury. I need to warn people about what the unfortunate history of the game is. Oh, it's Fatal Fury, not Kobold Trenchcoat Adventurer? Oh. Shit, I don't have slashing weapon. Nice. There we go. At least I have a helmet now. This guy I definitely recommend. Heck yeah. I want to recommend more about this game to people. Tasty Apple Grove. 1 stat point when eaten. Well. More accuracy for me. That's 60% now. Ooh. I'm so reckless. Bottom's dying. Oh my god, they keep hitting the same kobold. GG. Now I cannot dodge. Here we go for sure, because I'm gonna take meds in like 5 hours. Oh yeah, of course. And take care of yourselves, Lexi. Thanks for hanging around. Shiny snail. 10 shinies are eaten. Nice. I need a slashy weapon against them. Yeah, it's time for yummy chicken. $19 damage and 17 damage. And that they move every turn. I'm pretty sure the previous update they weren't moving every turn, so wonder what made the change. I feel like the spooders are already like strong as it is. Like this spider is fine. They move twice. They move once per 2 turns, and I think that's fine, right? Nice, I needed that. That's food. Oh, bottom died. Oh. It's such a drastic change in like stage size as well. It went from really tiny to suddenly huge as balls. Which is very interesting, to be honest. I like that, right? I kind of like it when the stage are huge. Which also returns to my hunger drain issue, right? They can have all the disadvantage, but the hunger drain? Maybe not, right? Maybe not that one.
Buy something already. Get lost. Buy something already. Get lost.
Hmm. Smashy and Bernie. Well, this is gonna work then. $310. Yeah, they didn't count the experience points towards the end. Nde. I'm risking it. Okay. Middle died. Ooh. 4 melee escape, 4 dodge, 5 dodge? Guess that's good. 25, 37, you can have this one. Let's not explore. Let's just go to the next map. Smashy and Stabby? Oh. 7 to 9, 5 to 7. Okay, not too bad. Another pickaxe.
Just buy something already.
Oh, the sledgehammer. Oh, gosh, I want it. Changes may damage to Bernie.
Get lost.
Let's just go to the next one. This one is gonna be really tough because I only have weapons against. I only have weapons against spooters, but not slimes. So minor regeneration.
Excuse me, but when is the Kobo going to eat some noms? Good girls need to get dinner soon. Pat pat.
I'm gonna get dinner soon, yeah. I think this is the last run for me. Minor regeneration. Slowly heals physical damage over time. Ooh. Oh. I mean, I guess I have some physical defense.
Kobo has been a very good girl today. Might even treat her with some toys later. Pat pat pat.
Toys? I like toys. Let's try Steppy against this thing. It's normal. It's fun, I know. That's why I recommend. The sound effects are so funny too, I love them. You're welcome. I'm a spoiled Arxis bitch, you know, and I need my 0.5 frame input windows. The input leniency is way too big for me. For you? Wow, Jade, the veteran Arxis gamer, holy shit. Jade stunk. Please escape melee range, it's all I ask. Just move once. You cannot move once? Okay, that works, that works. I was about to spout some bad words there. I cannot let top die here. It's not gonna regenerate fast enough for me to use a minor regeneration here. Yeah, it's not. I have to hopefully kill it fast enough here. Or just with every attack? With 60% accuracy. I can just kite around until I get enough mana. Bottom died. I don't know. It feels like I have to explore, but it just feels like every single box is not gonna drop anything at all. Well, I take everything back then. Now with a chance to survive. Thank you for chicken leg. Maybe I can just go for the next stage. There's no need to kill anything here. Just go. Just go, just go. This is fun? Real adventure? Yeah, this is real adventure, alright. Shit. Oh, that was quick. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. This one slime almost destroyed my entire team. I mean, I could use magic, but I want to use it for regeneration. But hunger, Middle died. Oh, GG. Now we're gonna do 1 damage. I feel like I could have played better there. Yeah. Maybe don't use regeneration there, honestly. Because I don't have a suitable weapon against slimes. Let me try a different, like... Let me just try to kill them with fire. It doesn't help if I just whiff every hit, and then they hit every hit. A juice box? Oh god, oh god. Okay, okay. I might be able to use the regeneration here.
Buy something already.
And 40 food for 25. I want to get all small duck actually.
Get lost.
Okay, that's gonna help a lot. That's gonna help a lot. Okay, another juice box? Okay. More slimes. Okay, with this amount of small duck, I'm gonna use fire here. Ooh. Well, that's something. 64% now. Sneaky cheese? Okay, okay, okay. This might be the furthest I've gone. And now I'm dead, I think. Is there a way to beat them? No weakness, only resistances. And this resistance is smashy, and I don't have anything. Uh-oh. This smells like death. This smells very much like death. Smashy Bernie, smashy Sparky. I only have one weapon. Oh. I have to fight them. There's no other way. Okay, that's one down. There's another one coming. Steals your rubber ducky. I ate them now. I ate all of them. Is there a spider? Yeah, it's a spider. I might be able to survive this. Let's not use the fire. I'll try to heal here. I feel like heal is just... it takes too much mana. Just try to kill it. Yeah. Because every single hit is too much damage. Two enemies here. I think this was the fire slime. I don't know what this is. This is the fire slime. I don't know what two of these is, but it must be spider. Yeah, it is. Shit. Okay. Okay, that's very, very lucky. Not anymore. 64% by the way. God damn it. Metal bucket, I wanna lick it? Again, Sparky weakness. Hmm. Oh, now you give me a slashy weapon. Wow. Of shielding? 5 magical defense, 10 physical defense. Oh, I guess this is good. Oh, this heals. Okay, okay. Yeah, this is a red slime. I don't know what this is. If this is under the red slime, if I'm lucky, I might be able to survive this one. I'm not even gonna use fire. I'll try to heal. I'll cast heal in the middle of a fight so that they could still survive without being one shot anyway. So I'll wait until this one has 15. In the meantime, we're just gonna keep running away. Yeah, I'm being locked here. Hmm? Wait. Hi, Jameson. Hi again. Oh. Wait, I think no again, right? I don't remember. My brain doesn't work anymore. Wait. But hi, hope Jameson is doing it. Wait, 12. Maybe I can kite it. Not here, but I have to turn left. This is so detrimental for my hunger. Great. Okay, it's doing the thing. I can avoid one fight. Nope, it's coming back to me. But I think I'm fast enough. Yeah, I have this distance. Ooh. Run!
Hello! See you soon.
Yo, things are way too expensive. Mending slimy trend. Mending? Nice. Okay, okay. it really didn't sound so deep when those adventurers were talking about it. 2 out of 3 secrets? Yeah, one of them is a fucking red slime. I don't think I have to fight that thing. I can deal with you now. Great. With the hungry kobold art, I feel like every art here is just so... What? Just so super nice, honestly. Maybe I can get to the third chapter. Sure hope so.
Buy something already.
Nope, can't buy anything. Hey! What is that? Oh, okay. Oh my god. 64%, come the fuck on, man. Did you just move twice? You did, so you can hit me twice. Who are you? Are you just a different slime? No, you moved once. What was that? I'm not surviving this. Yeah, Mido died. There's no chance. Top died. No matter how... No matter how cautious I am, no matter how calculative I can with this, it's just impossible. Sorry. I don't see any possible way to get past that. Nope. They have to eat the slime? Gosh. But you cannot eat the slime because the Kobopedia says, well, Bottom likes to eat. See, Bottom actually likes it, but it gave them tummy aches, so we don't let them eat it anymore. So yeah, Bay, don't eat the slime. I'm just glad the bolts don't ever canonically die, they just run away. Yeah, that's like the best thing ever. And kobolds never die. Literally 1984? Why 1984? I'm gonna take a break from this. I didn't get to chapter 3, which is kinda sad, but I want to get to chapter 3, I really do. Tomorrow is Sunday. I guess I can try a few more times tomorrow. Do I do that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because I never felt this helpless on the game, right? Like, usually there would be some sort of maybe a way to outplay or something, or like play properly. What? The legs.
Tile rack pet pit 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 tile rack pet pit.
So many pet. Oh my goodness. Thank you, legs. 38 months? Oh my god, that's a big number. Thank you, thank you. Hope Lex is doing good. What is all the pet? I do love pet. A lot of pet. They should make it multiplayer, but I am the head. Multiplayer would be fun, but I don't know how to make it multiplayer, to be honest. Maybe all 3 kobold can make a move and then the move happens? But what would the middle do? Middle do attack? Oh, middle attack? And then top would magic? And then the bottom would move around, yeah. I think that would be fun, no? But how to implement that? I don't know. I'm okay, just waking up. I was reading EP yesterday. Oh, well, I hope EP was very nice for you, Lex. But yeah, about that hardest difficulty thing. I never felt so helpless with a game, honestly. Like, gosh, no matter what I do, I just died because of luck. It's like no matter how strong you can be, the game be like, oh yeah, 64% accuracy, let me just make you whiff every single hit, and then you die. What's the play there, right? I don't know what I can do to optimize the gameplay other than being lucky, right? I guess the game wasn't lying when they say a healthy dose of luck, right? That must be why, because with the 50% accuracy, I'm okay with the accuracy thing. But I think for the hardest difficulty, maybe there are people who can do it, but to me personally, I feel like the hunger drain is the biggest issue here. Like, I'm already losing health by fighting, and then I'm using my turn on fighting as well. And then when hunger drops 1 every 3 move, it's too much. I feel like it's too much. But that's just how I feel about the hardest difficulty, you know? I don't know how others feel. I don't know if there's anyone else who attempted the hardest difficulty and then some of the monster behavior changes as well, which is kind of weird, but maybe it's intended? I don't know. But despite me saying all of these to the game, holy fuck, I still love the game so much though. I cannot bring myself to hate the game, really. I can't. It's literally impossible for me to hate the game. Look, it's 3 kobolds on an adventure, alright? There's no way I can hate the game. It's too good. The rat. Oh my god, the rat. I haven't raided Salo in a while. Salo's been going on for 16 hours? Oh my god. And Salo always go so crazy with his streams. I would not last 12 hours. Let's raid Salo. It sounds like Salo, exactly. But sometimes I cannot help but like sort of worry for him, because not Ippy. I mean, he told me that he has insomnia issues, but still, right? I don't know how to I don't know how to fix any insomnia issue. So I guess me yapping about this might be very insensitive here, so I will stop. But I just can't help but worry for him. And like I know he enjoys streaming a lot, but sometimes I feel like self-care is also very important. Yeah, I said I'm gonna stop yapping there because it's very insensitive. Sorry, Salo. I think anyone who dislikes the Trenchcoat Kobold can be safely discounted from being cared about. Yeah. That makes sense, not easy to solve? Yeah, exactly. Like, insomnia... I am extremely lucky to not have suffered insomnia a little bit, if at all. Right? I don't think I've suffered from insomnia. Maybe a little bit sometimes, but no, right? So I am extremely lucky and very lucky. I have insomnia, have to use medicine to be able to sleep. Yeah, that's extremely rough. I mean, me personally, I have medicine every day for diabetes, but that's besides the point, right? We're talking about insomnia here, so yeah, that's rough as heck. I wonder if Salo has like any medicine to counter his insomnia issues. Oh. Not much I can do, but sort of try to help him feel better about this. Let's raid Salo together, and we're gonna hug so much. We're gonna boop Salo so much. I'm gonna boop Salo so much that Salo is gonna fucking squeak. Anyways, let me plug my things real quick. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee nice. Coffee good. Right? Coffee money good. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there, usually. Most of the time. All the time, actually. Alright. And then there's also a dragon simping corner, because I love dragons a shit ton. So yeah, if you fancy dragons or just like to vibe, that's good enough. Thank you, Streamlabs. Wow, look at that double plug, holy shit. And I think that's pretty much it, yeah. Oh yeah, regarding coffee a little bit, if you fancy a subscription based coffee. It's also there as low as $1 per month. So if you would like to help more, right, the option is there. But of course, only help if you can. Put yourself first before me. So very important, right? And I think that's pretty much it. And that's the right message. Let me type in right to Salo. Yeah, there we go. I typed in the rate to Salo. Let's rate the Kobold. And then the ad break is almost finished too. Heck yeah, perfect timing. Okay, let's... Before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid to Salo. Yeah. Also that Steam is on my end. My friend wants to play Gunfire Reborn with me. I'm not ready yet. I want to go get dinner and stuff. Yeah, pit. That's on my end. I'm suddenly so hungry. Dinner stream? It would just be an instant noodle. I do love instant noodles though, but I cannot eat that too much. Because I recently, well not recently, but last year I realized that eating too much instant noodles causes me to have indigestion somehow. So I guess the noodles is very hard to digest. Must be chemical substance or something like that, I don't know. Yeah, it caused me to have indigestion and then I will have heartburn and stuff. So I have stopped eating instant noodles as much. And then now I have to find another way to like... Oh! Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, run. Bye bye. I didn't see the countdown. Oops. Oh my god. Professional stream, I guess. I don't know. Right, take care. Bye bye.